Good evening, one and all. We welcome you all to the last day of 3 days international conference on biological diversity, environment, health, well-being, and sustainable development 2023, commemorating Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, nation celebrating 75 years of independence, India's G20 presidency, United Nations Sustainable Development Goals 2015 to 2030 as part of awareness and campaigns, and also World Health Organization 75th anniversary year, and World Bee Day 2023 with the theme Be Engaged in Pollinator-Friendly Agricultural Production, and International Tea Day 2023, Cultural Heritage, Health Benefits, and Economic Importance of Tea, and Sustainable Production, Processing, and Consumption of Tea. And finally, today we are commemorating International Day for Biodiversity 2023 with the theme From Agreement to Action, Build Back Biodiversity. So we welcome you all once again to the 3 days international conference. So before we start our sessions today, let's take the blessings of Almighty.
कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शत्रुबुद्धिविनाशाय दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः.
With the blessings of Almighty, we shall continue with today's sessions. So, as already mentioned, today we are commemorating International Day for Biological Diversity with the theme From Agreement to Action, Build Back Biodiversity. Current negative trends in biodiversity and ecosystems will undermine progress towards 80% of the SS targets of 8 Sustainable Development Goals. Among 17 Sustainable Development Goals, 3/4 of the land-based environment and about 66% of the marine environment have been significantly altered by human actions. 1 million animal and plant species are now threatened with extinction. So let's avoid headlines like this with our Paris Agreement on biodiversity, like the recent ones, the blue whale falls into extinction. It is not just about blue whale, but many species are getting extinct, are under IUCN's endangered list. Not only just animals, various plants and various species, including flora and fauna, is animals and plants, which are very much essential for our survival, because humans are entirely dependent on the environment and the planet on which we live, and there is no other planet, other environment where we can live, and that gives us a priority for looking towards our own environment, our own planet in which we live. But unfortunately, humans have been the most abusive species on the planet, that the existence of this human beings itself threatened the survival of the 8+ billion species on the planet. We have seen with the abuse of science and technology and with various revolutions that has taken up to meet the greeds of the human population as such, has led to massive destruction of the natural resources and habitats, ecosystems, which has led to extinction of various species. Not only that, many species are today struggling for their survival. Recent IPCC report also has set an alarm that if we don't act now, many of these cities, not even just in India, we have 16 coastal cities in which, the famous cities like Mumbai, Chennai, Visakhapatnam, and various cities which have, literally are economic hubs in the coastal areas, will all be submerged into the water. And like we are seeing now Dwaraka in the Gujarat, tomorrow, if we have to see these cities, again, we have to travel into the ocean only to see the remnants of these cities. So what is happening across the world because of this climate change, global warming, and greenhouse gases emissions? The temperatures are rising day by day. It is causing the planet to heat up and dried up, and due to our various human activities, various resources also got depleted. The freshwater resources, which were around 3% initially, just before 2-3 centuries, today we have less than 1% of the freshwater resources, and they are rapidly declining. Today, even today, when you visit some village, earlier in our childhood days, we used to directly drink water from various water sources without any second thought. Such the way the water sources were pure and very tasty and also very healthy. But now the present generations, if we see even in the remote villages, people are buying bottled water. People are buying RO water. Now, this is the kind of situation we have created, and we have polluted almost all the rivers. And because of cultivation with that polluted water, even the food we eat is also highly polluted. And what will happen when we take high pollutants in the form of food, in the form of water we drink, in the form of air we breathe? Automatically, we have become much more vulnerable to various diseases and disorders. As we know, our health is wealth, because when we are healthy, we will be able to give our best productivity to ourselves, our family, and our nation, and our planet at large. But if we are not healthy, then it's not only burden for us in all ways, but also to our family and to the country and also to the planet at large. So we are not able to understand that we are destroying our own future, our own prospectus, and it has become a existential crisis for the human species. And with the various reports that are being coming up, and there is a serious threat that humans are also going to become extinct soon, like many species which ruled the planet like dinosaurs, they become extinct. Similarly, in the next 2-3 centuries, if our human activities are not arrested immediately, then we are going to see maybe there would be no humans existing on the planet, and all these scientific developments will go into the trash. And all the publications, whatever we were making, all the efforts will go into vain because of our abusive and exploitative nature towards the nature and the planet. So with this context, it's a high time that we need to talk about sustainable development and traditional knowledge systems so that we look back where we have gone wrong, what made this planet in the verge of destruction and disasters. So we need to seriously think back about various human activities that has caused the entire human race in the verge of extinction. So biological diversity is often understood in terms of wide variety of plants, animals, and microorganisms, but it also includes genetic differences within each species. For example, between varieties of crops, breeds of livestock, and the variety of ecosystems like lakes, forests, deserts, agricultural landscapes that host multiple kinds of interactions among their members, humans, plants, animals, and all other species on the planet, including living and non-living beings. So biological diversity resources are the pillars upon which we build our civilizations. Even if we see the Indus civilization, which is the oldest civilizations on the planet, they are built around the Indus River. And that's how, they are known to be called as Indus River, Indus Valley civilizations. But the same rivers, we have polluted them and we continue to do so. And today, even the various reports by pollution control boards and various NGOs working are regularly raising their alarm and voices because of the high pollutants that are created with the disposal of waste and harmful chemicals and waste into the rivers, which are perennial rivers. And due to climate change, the glaciers are melting down. The north and south poles, which were used to be at minus 80 degrees Celsius, now are witnessing plus 20 degrees Celsius. Imagine what we are facing just with increase of 5 degrees Celsius, we are unable to bear. Imagine, they are also beings, living beings, same like us. We are human species, and there are other species like polar bears, penguins, seals living there along with various other species. Just imagine minus 80 to plus 20, 100 degrees Celsius change they are facing, they are going through. And the entire credit or the cause for this entire destruction goes to the human species, human beings. So we need to seriously think about it, because we are the ones who are destroying the planet, and we are going to face the consequences. Now we are paying for it, and even our future generations are also at stake. So forget about future generations. We are already seeing various species that have successfully adopted, like mosquitoes. Today, there is no cure and there is no solution. We have reached the planets, but we are not able to tackle mosquitoes and ants. No matter, they are still surviving, and various pests, we are still struggling for the pest management, because nature has its own course to defend themselves and to protect the species. And if nature has to choose among 8 billion species or humans, imagine what you will choose when you are in the position of nature or the environment or the planet. At the cost of 8 billion species or just at the cost of one human species? Which one you would choose? Which one would be the wise decision? So let's not put the nature planet into such a do or die situation where it has to take a decision willingly or unwillingly to protect itself and various species on the planet. And that's how, the scientists and the environmentalists across the globe are already witnessing these issues, and they are warning us, if we do not put a hold or a control on our activities, soon we are going to become extinct. So in this context, we need to be very conscious, as these rich biological diversity resources are the pillars upon which we build civilizations. As fishes provide 20% of the animal protein to about 3 billion people who are non-vegetarians, and over 80% of the human diet is provided by the plants and various food productions. So both vegetarians, non-vegetarians are all fed by these plants. And as many as 80% of the people living in rural areas in developing countries are relying on traditional plant-based medicines for basic healthcare. We see even in China, traditional Chinese medicine is widely popular. And even in India, not only just in India, across the globe, Ayurveda, yoga, naturopathy are widely prevalent. That is the only medicine in the world, on the planet, which is ever available to the human beings. And that is the only medicine which doesn't have side effects. You just take any, even in the modern medicine, allopathy, you just take any simple tablet, you see at least 2-3 pages running of side effects and complications. So, but we are happily taking pills as if we are taking candies. And today we cannot live without them. That is where we are paying back to our activities. So it's high time we need to relook upon our activities. And not only that, but loss of diversity threatens all, including our health. It has been proven that biodiversity loss could expand zoonosis, like diseases transmitted from animals to humans. While on the other hand, if we keep biodiversity intact, it offers excellent tools to fight against pandemics like those caused by coronaviruses. We have seen a lot of pandemics earlier, which has hit the human race, are due to consumption of meat, due to consumption of animals. So we have become, though earlier days, humans have been highly dependent on whatever food they gathered or they hunted. So they hunted, whatever they got, they ate, because there was no other alternative. But today, we had so many alternatives, but still we are eating a lot of meat. And by consuming more meat and meat products, with this lifestyle, sedimentary lifestyle, we are accumulating more calories, which are not being used, and they are translated, they are converted into fats in our bodies, and that is leading to obesity and various diseases. So, of course, the food choices are one's personal choices, but whether the food we are consuming is contributing to the nature or contributing to the sustainable development is whether it is not is a priority, a concern for all of us. So we need to be very cautious about this. When we are eating, we need to think whether this food which I am consuming is whether contributing positively, productively, constructively to the environment or not. Today, because of aggressive animal farming or animal agriculture, lot of waste is generated and lot of food resources. We have seen many times on this platform how many people are dying with hunger, how many people are suffering with malnutrition. Today, egg is widely promoted across the India as part of school programs, and then in spite of that, so many years we are feeding children with egg, milk, meat, and all those things. Even today, not only in India, but across the world, many people are suffering from undernutrition, malnutrition, and also due to selective nutrition, they are having nutritious deficiencies. So the greatest myth which we intellects also promote is, consuming meat will meet all the nutritional requirements. So not only intellectuals, not only educated, not only our scientists or the policy makers, for promoting the meat industry, we have been advocating to daily eat eggs, meat, and other things. But what it takes to produce these, where these come from, lot of food grains which otherwise could be fed to those who are dying with hunger is again fed to these animals in animal farming. And again, that animals are being brutally, cruelly killed to be consumed as meat, as a food. How much? And because of that, in the process, a lot of cruelty, pain is inflicted on the sentient beings. They also experience pain. And in the process, it is also leading to a lot of methane emissions, a lot of water resources, natural resources are required in the process of raising animal culture, animal agriculture. And again, that is causing a lot of pollution and these gas emissions that are contributing to the climate change. So, by consuming meat and meat products, we are aggravating the situation. So we need to shift to an alternative lifestyle. Anyway, now it is not required. We are not doing that kind of hard work. We are always, we are almost in the sedimentary lifestyle where we are all operating from our mobiles and remote. So there is no need of any meat in the consumption. We have alternatives in the plant-based diet. Even we have protein, rich protein sources in the plant that will reduce this animal cruelty and animal agriculture that again pollutes waters and resources and consumption of existing food produce, which otherwise can be used to feed the population. So all these various aspects are there. It's not just, what happens if I stop? There are a lot of queries. What happens? What great things happen if I just don't take any particular food? But there is a lot of difference that we can make at an individual level. While there is a growing recognition that biological diversity is a global asset of tremendous value to future generations, the number of species is being significantly reduced by certain human activities. So given the importance of public education and awareness about the issue, the UN decided to celebrate the International Day for Biological Diversity annually. So every piece of an ecosystem on the others like a jigsaw puzzle, for instance, for a change in the temperature of an ecosystem will have knock-on effects on other things, like what plants and animals can grow and live here and there. As human populations have overgrown and we have begun to encroach on, in some cases, overtook ecosystems, causing their rich biodiversity to suffer, driven, and we have encroached their spaces, habitats, and there is a lot of conflict between human and animals, human and plants, because they are also struggling for their habitats. So let's all together, from the air we breathe and the food we eat to the energy and fuels we use and the medicines that heal us, our lives are wholly dependent on the healthy ecosystems, nature, environment, and planet. So let's all together work towards living in harmony and promoting this biological diversity. We have seen last 2 days various speakers who are very much experienced, having decades of experience, have disseminated their knowledge on various topics of biodiversity. Today also we will explore. We have wonderful speakers who are highly experienced and decades of experience who will be disseminating their knowledge and lifelong experience with us. So with this, I shall conclude this commemoration for the day and we shall move on to our sessions today. Today we have with us our chief guest for the day, Sri Professor Dr. D.V. Reddy Garu. He is consultant to L&T and also visiting faculty to Reva University, Bangalore, and also adjunct faculty to Dr. Baba Saheb Ambedkar Technical University, Raigad. He is also editor-in-chief of International Journal of Earth Sciences and Engineering, and he is retired professor and head of the Department of Civil Engineering at NIT Suratkal. He has various academic qualifications to his credit with PG in Geology, MSc Technology in Hydrology, PhD in Geology from Osmania University, Hyderabad, and he has done several research projects under UGC, AICTE, MHRD in rock studies and groundwater studies, and presented and published more than 100 research papers in international, national conferences and seminars. He has organized several national and international conferences and delivered keynote sessions in many conferences. We welcome you, sir, Professor Dr. D.V. Reddy Garu, for accepting our invitation and joining us on this 3 days international conference on biodiversity. We welcome you to deliver your talk on environment and biodiversity. You can unmute yourself, sir. You can start your video and start your presentation.
So, good afternoon, sir.
Yeah, good afternoon, sir.
Oh, yes.
We can see you, your audio.
Yeah.
Thank you. Namaste.
Oh. Can I switch to my presentation, sir?
Yes, sir. Please go ahead. You can
Very
open
good.
PPT on the system and click on share screen.
Go to share screen, sir. How to do?
Is your PPT open, sir? In your system?
One minute, sir. As different. Yeah, now it is open, sir.
Now you can click on share screen, sir. Once you click on the share screen, you will be seeing a series of windows, blocks. In that, you can see the window or the block where PPT is open. You can click on that, sir, and click on share button.
Yeah. What I should next, sir, is share screens, or I can go?
Yes, sir. Kindly click on share screen button, sir.
Okay. Yeah.
Then you can see your PPT, sir, in small box it is shown. There might be some windows. It is asking you to select a window or an application that you want to share. Is it that the window that you are seeing, sir?
First, click on that green icon, sir. Share screen, green icon.
Chandra, where I can switch some.
Yeah, in the bottom, sir. In the bottom, you will see icons. Share, that green color in middle.
In the middle, sir, you will find that share screen button.
An up arrow is there, middle, green color.
That arrow mark is there, sir, on that icon.
Or, sir, you can see in the view, in the top view, maybe you are in full screen or some other mode, I think. Just keep your cursor.
PPT is open, sir.
Yeah, PPT is open. Now, can you see the share screen button in the bottom, sir?
You have to go to Zoom, sir, again.
Oh, again, I should go to
PPT open
Zoom.
And go to Zoom app, sir.
Zoom, okay.
You can see the buttons in the bottom, share screen.
Are you able to see the Zoom screen, sir, now? Zoom app?
I can see the screen. I think you're seeing me also here.
Yeah. Now, just below that, there is in the middle of the icons, all the menu, there is a share screen button, sir. Green color.
This is share screen. Can you click on this one, sir?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, click on that, sir. Click on that.
Yeah, this is my presentation.
Yeah.
I can share this presentation.
Yes.
Yeah,
sir.
yeah.
Yeah, it's okay, sir.
Right. Fine.
Okay, sir. Can I go?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Okay,
You can make it full screen, sir.
You can make even full screen also.
Yeah, I'm making.
Yeah, presentation mode.
Yeah, full screen.
Yeah,
okay.
Good. This is wonderful. Yes, sir. Go ahead, sir.
Okay, sir. So, how much time I can require, sir, to you?
You have 1 hour, sir.
Take 1 hour, sir. No problem.
Okay. No.
Now it's 6:37. You can take up to 7.
Okay, sir. Whatever the interest about.
Yeah. You can take your own time. No need to worry, sir.
Okay, sir. So we can have. I'm thankful to the organizer Jaychandra and Ravindra also, and they were distinguished the participants. So today is a day of the International Biodiversity Day. Incidentally, I clicked. I also noted today is one of the important day. So 2 days back also I attended one of the, I think, same Green Revolutionary, one of the organization also here in Hyderabad. So we also participated. So the topic I am a little because I have a interaction studied from Usman University, Hyderabad, also like that. So I worked as a geologist, I worked as a civil engineer, I worked for the mining engineering also. I also work in the environmental issues also. So I also have the biology in our graduation. We studied botany, zoology, geology also. So confined to myself is as a little bit have about the interdisciplinary approaches to me, and work in the NITK, I think National Institute of Technology, I think you know this is the now they one of the top 10 ranking colleges in by our in India ranking above on IITs also. We're proud to our institute, and being a civil engineering department, we have environmental engineering departments divisions we guided. So a little bit have about myself in the all aspects of the environmental, ecological, civil engineering and development. So I want to the participants to put little things to know about the, the developmental activities comes mostly from the civil engineering activities also. So you know about the terms sustainable development, biodiversity, environmental. It is a system we can have about a large scale of applications. So when it comes to the Happy International Day, I'm lucky enough to our the organizer Ravindra and as well as our Jayachandra also. A very short time given to me because I'm preparing for the TCS question papers, working for PH evaluation. So what are the topics I have just remodified. So just kindly excuse me as anything shortfalls. So today is a Happy International Day, also biodiversity. The biodiversity is not just it is for any particular areas, it is our sustainable development, and biodiversity is interrelated. There are many international discussions, a lot of publications also there, a lot of high order research also done. They went about micro level studies also, because we see about many areas, and if you go to the micro level studies, all are related. So when it comes to the soil, the international year, the soil is one of the important aspect in the particularly in case of our development. We are living on this soil, we are developing on this soil, our sustainability as a development, and you know about the working in exploration and mining, civil and developmental activities, infrastructure developments also coming in India, in the world, in the large sector. I visited 3-4 times to USA also with the research interaction. They have the schemes, our institute to send the faculty to work with them. I found about the internationally, they went to the Department of Civil Engineering and the areas. There we found about the faculty from biology, botany, zoology, also working in the Department of Civil Engineering. And surprised to found, sir, civil engineering our areas only they can have the civil engineers as well as our engineering geologists, because geologists can help the civil engineers. No, they say about our developmental activities are related to interdisciplinary role laying development. They immediately assess about what are the ecological, environmental things will may influence on that role. That is the even today also I also find about where we are lacking about this area. So this is the areas we find about the particular soil explosion comes that one. So biodiversity, very big thing, because I can't give any justification because there are several experts are there to sustain this definition. They can work for that one, and they can know about how the biodiversity works in the areas. So you can see in these areas, So loss of ecosystem, soil borne, reduced supply, human health. Even our development also depends upon the soil. Even our biodiversity, the biological activities depends upon the soil, how we are using the soil. So in civil engineering point of view, comes to the soil. The one of the important aspect about nutrition point of view for the developmental activity. So soil, exploration, sustainability, and it is these are all the one related. Nowadays, I think the whole world looking for a sustainable development, not only exploration, even mining us, even for civil engineering, geotechnical engineering, and biological environmental impact assessment, environmental impact assessment, environmental management plan. I think you know India about the Ministry of Environment and Forest and Climate Change. And a few years back, I'm also attended the one of the presentations to the MOF in New Delhi also. They presented how he has to present to the Ministry of Environment and Forest to get the clearance of the any project. Even Government of India projects also has to be cleared by the Ministry of Environment and Forest and Climate Change. This is the rule for that. Except defense projects, defense project have the others area because they can't bring the defense construction activities for development to the public domain. Because there are the, I think, secrets. We have to have the development. We are developing about nuclear submarine tunnels also we are working. Because I worked in L&T, I have access to that one. I can't reveal here because it is the secret about aspect. So there they will have a separate type of the biodiversity. They are also following. This will not coming to the public domain. So the developmental activities, sustainability is the one of the important law area. Even I also can't do the justification because there are several experts are there in this field. I can do little justification what I can know about these regions. To take into our India, is the country of our the diversity in our culture and diversity in our the rock types and diversity in our the particularly areas of the soil types and even for biological or these fauna flora they different because you can see about the Indian the condition here. You can see west coast different, east coast also different because I am from the I need to Telangana region, but I work in Karnataka station near Bangalore region. The west coast. West coast, this is the region about the coastal region. You know about the Western Ghats. Western Ghats, I think one of the I think you know about the about everyone knows about how the Western Ghat biodiversity is affected and the Kudramukh iron ore project also stopped because of the biodiversity because national park they are recognized. They stopped that. It's a true fact. We worked there also because a lot even today a lot of iron ore are there, but because of it to keep the sustainable about the ecological aspect, I think Supreme Court is given that one. They stopped. I think now it is under the preservation. So each India, if we take about the India, we have a diversity of our the nature, diversity of rock type. Sir, yet you don't find about geology means not for us. Actually, now geology what is changed. Geology becomes earth sciences for everyone. This is the topic in Western the countries, even from the developed countries like USA, other countries also. Because the developmental activities related to the regions depends upon their particular about the soil or developmental activities. So take into our diversity of our India, and we can our soil is also different because of the soil is formed from the rock type. Rock eroded, weathered, formed into the disintegrated into form into the soil. Soil will be one of the important component for sustainable river development. Coming to the decimal, sir, here you want to take up our India. the soil formation depends upon the rock type here. For example, take in the Hyderabad region, the particular areas, we are getting morely about the red soils. We are getting the red soils, and if you go to the coastal areas, we are getting of the coastal soils. Then if you go to the particular in case of the allied regions, we are getting of the allied forest. That means the diversity of soils are formed from the rock type from the original disintegrated form, because the soil is important component for development of our all sustainable plant life, animal life. Everything depends on soil. Without soil, we can't survive. Even for our developmental activities, also on the soil. You can see that this is the our India's the biodiversity, and you can also see about fauna and flora, and even the taking from the up to Kashmir to up to the year, the Kanyakumari and also East Coast and West Coast. A lot of differences there, East Coast and West Coast. Even soil type, biological and biodiversity, and everything is differs. And you can take about the just Karnataka also, because the time is very short because I am unable to cover this one. We take about the Karnataka, you can see about the entire from the Karnataka region. You can see the how the developmental activities, and you can also see about the fauna and flora of the areas. You can see the in detail also. And you go to Tamil Nadu also, it differs because it is not differ because of the political regions. Differs only on the physiographical and formation of the soils, soil nutritions, and soil is from the rock disintegration. Rock is geological point of view, soil is agronomical, agricultural, civil engineers, and developmental. All are related to one another. The sustainable environment depends upon the particular areas. You can see Maharashtra region, large scale of Maharashtra region. Even today also having about the Deccan basaltic terrain. What is Deccan basalt terrain? The Maharashtra region form about the rock types are the black geology. I can't tell because of the basaltic rocks. It is the source for black soil. So black soils are source for more, for example, cotton and the cultivation, and is a differs, and the our biological activities also changes. And the animal life, plant life also the changes in the Maharashtra region also. So soil is very important, and it is the we can produce, and we can also developmental activities. We can also work for that sustainability, and even for to planning for major projects also. Even you know about the major projects for civil activities, even for raising of the high-rise buildings in Hyderabad also you'll see now. They go for a soil engineering and geotechnical engineering because it has to stability is very important. So the developmental activities, all soil is the important component. Then you can see civil means not only civil. Civil means it is our civilized persons. So it is all developmental activities are related to one another. You can use the building technology, you can use biotechnology. Nowadays, geo environmental also related to the soil engineering also. So all matters are related here. So the environmental impact, the most important, we can go for a environmental impact assessment, environmental management plan, EIA, EMP. These are two important components in most of the projects were related to this. So environmental impact assessment we can study, but environmental management plan, these are the two important things. Unless any project development, you can't give the environmental management or plan properly. That plan, I think that project cannot be accepted by the experts in the clearing the projects. I am also working the project. So attended the soil exploration. You can see the soil, they're exploring the top soil. You see the construction activities. So you get the soil, we are there in the foundation here. And the soil studies are very important because developmental activities going for a soil, they're pillaring. What is soil? What is top soil? What is their strength? We'll go in detail. You can see the top soil here. They remove this one. The soil is formed by the areas. So here your civil structure is coming. So soil, rock, and environment is related to one another. Like you can see that this is soil extraction in the Bangalore site. With a site about the top soil is completely removed, and you get a lot of destruction on the top. And you can also see the soil completely highly weathered conditions. Soil highly weathered conditions, if not properly done, structure may collapse. Huge loss to structure. While soil making itself also a lot of destruction to the fauna, flora, and also the different issue. When soil in depth is not studied, structure also is not in a position to sustain yield. And you can see the top soil from here. We removed here topping. This is one type of the environmental, this is the flow. This is one region. And top, you can see this is the lateritic side. So we are removed from the top to here. That of soil degradation taken place here. Then soil formation. Very simple. But is related to the soil formation taken. How many years? Takes about, when take a geological point of view, few million years to take for the soil formation. So we are seeing about red soils. We are seeing the yellow soils. We are telling about the lateritic soil. We are seeing sandy soils. Coastal coastal soils. So soils are formed about the geological environment. Geological means not for geologists. Geological environment, formation of soil by natural environment. It is the natural process of geology given to that. Then experts from the soil scientists, environmental biologists, and soil explorations, mining, geology, everybody's worked on the soil itself. So without soil, and we will not be go for in further. The soil environment, you can see the soil type. You can see the soil environment. It is taking place. The environmental impact, it is the cycle of project. We have to study implementation, and he has to give the what environmental impact to be assessed. It is not just by a descriptive way, because environmental impact assessment have to study in the field, the detail, and there are several experts will study. The data can be compiled, concise, then also can be given. Nowadays, a lot of software is also available, and even artificial intelligence also available. Data are available, but data artificial intelligence is a different issue. But we have to work. So earlier we have to very difficult to know about soil data apart from the different terrains. So how to analyze? Yes, put the data into your areas. A computer will give support within a few seconds. All data maps will given. This is the area I want. This is the soil. This depth is given. So our time is completely, it is reduced to give the, and you can use our even artificial intelligence also layer out. But interpretation point of view, we have to do that interpretation. Because we use the artificial intelligence, they may give the wrong answer. Because the changes will take places, the environmental impact assessment to be not so simple. To sustainable, developmental, or to study of the bio or logical activities, has to study these areas. You can see how the soil activity is taking place. So decomposition, soil degradations, and you can see this is a lot of activity they given by one of the experts in the soil journal. And you can also see the appraisal, soil analysis, we have to go in detail, and you can any type of the soil. These are the source, these are the effect. So this all will be comes in the soil areas. Then environmental impact studies preliminary, appropriate scoping services. Is site survey and preparation. So this will be one by one related. The selection of appropriate areas depends upon how to select and what type of the limitations are involved, then what are the areas to be studied. So this will include identification and construction activities and soil impact. Then upfront site selection, how he has to select a site. It has various aspects because to assess the areas, it depends upon the condition where we are going, and you can find out how that area is going to affect, depends upon the your area of investigation. Scoping. This is the I am giving about just EA, then I'll come to the list. The scoping also to be done about the environmental impact studies, then reflective magnitude project, then how the soil can be occurred, then what if the impact will be taken place, what are the level of the treatment. So the process, the three parts: designing, monitoring, then the preparation of, because I'm not going to do this, EIA big books are available. Just I'm giving the concept. Environmental impact assessment is one of the important aspects to assess the soil degradation, looking about the impact on biodiversity, and even for developmental activities, because nowadays not only exploration, exploitation, sustainable development, that is the whole world looking. Earlier you used to talk for only any topic as to environmental, ecological. Now we have to give important about sustainable development in all the fields. You can go for a biological, geological, environmental, exploration, developmental, any project, science, civil engineering projects, defense projects, any projects, how we are going to give the particularly sustainable development that they are looking for. Even government of India, even for research projects, even anybody working in universities or I think some areas you wanted. So if you do your project is sustainable development, generally they will give these are the thrust areas. Thrust areas to get the environmental or anything, because you require the target to achieve, then how the sustainable development you are suggesting, that is the important of the areas. All fields, like from any fields, sustainable development is coming to be one of the important top first area in research, and they are looking for micro level research to sustainable development. But sustainable development just discussion is not sufficient, but you have to justify how your efforts, soil degradation is taking place, how you are going to the sustainable development, and how we are going to take this. Minerals are extracting from the rocks, from the soil itself, and the infrastructure development we are laying roads, national highways, developmental activities. Then I think people the areas is take about every day we are going for more construction activities. We not in a position to know how much the impact taking place. So we are nowadays getting about all these areas. So these are the developmental activities, how they taken place. Landscape, then environmental impact studies, then include the magnitude of the such as erosion, sedimentation control. This is very important. This is very important. I can just give the right. So this is one of the site in the development. Civil engineering means development. Don't think civil engineering but not civil engineers. On civil engineering, we are developing construction activities, survival for us. So we have to construct the things. Then you can see about how much of the areas will be taken place. You can see, you have to study topographical survey, you have to study about detailed studies, slope stability, cone penetration, drilling, drainage structure, and ground penetration radars, drainage. Everything is related. So exploration for soil is not so simple. You have to go depth-wise patterns. What is the depth-wise pattern? We can discuss very simply on the other platform, but it's not so simple in the field because I work in the field, I know about. So how to that area to be subsurface areas to be studied. Nowadays, having out ground penetration radar surveys are available. Many latest techniques also came. Laser surveys also came. Just like our human body, we can go for the lasers or scanning. Our body can be scanned and can find out. For any disorder from the earth, the soil were taken place, we have to go for ground penetration radars. They can get a subsoil, substructures can get out, find about how this impact is taking place. So what is the civil strength? What is developmental strength? How much impacting on the environmental? So these all are to be not discussion. They have to work in the field and come out with this one. Please try to understand. I'm not giving only classroom lecture or just lecture. And practical point of view, we have to bring all the things into the field, and several experts will be there in this one. Top level survey, remote sensing survey they're using nowadays. Then even remote sensing is very large. Now a lot of data available in India. Every data is available for researchers. We go to National Remote Survey Agency, there are a lot of data available. Cartosat data available. Soil survey is available. Everything is available. Even some area you are going to assess yourself. So area is use our drone technology and fitted the remote sensing. You can develop your own area, that areas that now is using. So why we have to go for in detail investigations and the soil investigation. Why? Foundation requirement, soil stability, and also development. I give this is the one area field, and a lot of the biodiversity, a lot of plants also cut here. And this is the area is very highly, it's not from geology point of view, even for biological point, biological, because it's the heavy rainfall, a lot of soil is eroded. You see, this is soil erosion. The soil erosion lead to the remove the plants and stability of slopes, then it is completely rolled down. Such an extent, you can see here you can appreciate. This is the plants, our biological activities here. The animals are disappeared, I think migrated, and because of the large scale activities, even soil activity can see about the erosion of this one, the one top soil, volatile, and it is rolled down. And suddenly the complete bridge is collapsed. And a large cause of destruction. You can see this is the typical example. Myself is investigated worked about NIT system. This is Mangalore. The Mangalore, about the coastal region. Earlier, the railway link between to west coast is not there. Only west coast, only up to Mangalore was the connection. And Mangalore to Bombay, connect to Delhi was not there. That is the Konkan Railway, the large 1994 like the stage. They planned that one and executed the Konkan Railway. When that time working, we also working project also such actors. So they now I think the west coast, east coast also connected because speedy development of the nation, developmental activities, our economy, they require. But problem is the west coast, the soils, fauna, flora, and also the biodiversity. About the west coast, the particular in case of the Western Ghats. And Western Ghats regions are one of the eco-sensitive areas. So we can't develop. Just like the how Kudramukh project is stopped in the Western Ghats. One of the national reserve projects has taken place. And even the railway line also taken a lot of protection. They planned not disturbing to the ecology or biodiversity of the regions, or not they ventured to go into the forest region. So what the planning government of India given to that one? See, Western Ghats is one of the sensitive area. So we have stopped all the projects. The railway lines is proposing. Please think this one, how civil, developmental, ecology and biodiversity related. They mentioned clearly, government of India mentioned, you should select a site, it should not disturb to the ecology environment of the Western Ghats domain. It is very eco-sensitive. You can plan to add to the coastal areas, or you can also plan to that. That will take into consideration. So taking that advantage with the legislation, and see about how micro level they are taken. Civilian activities, this thought about the microbiological, ecological impact also they taken into the consideration. And this land made. The problem is the area of the coastal lateritic terrain. Lateritic terrain, what happens? The heavy rains comes, soil will rolls down, falls on the railway line. So this is a problem. So the afterwards, there are a lot of things because removing of the soil and the because engineering, but I don't want to, because it is not related to the engineering also. There's a geotextile, now the stability they are made. Now reduce that one to this type of areas. Then what understanding? If you want to go study about soil, we have to study about the topographical maps. I don't know whether you have studied or not topography. See, this is topography. Even I tell about our biologists, geologists, maybe anybody is there. The topo sheet gives very clearly about the forest areas, agriculture area, and I don't know how many are in the topo sheet. Without topo sheet, they will not plan any developmental activities, whether civil or defense projects or navy projects or maybe any areas. What is the topo sheet? Topo sheet is prepared by the government of India. Its headquarters in Hyderabad also there, southern region, near Uppal. So, and if you there are two types of sheets available: restricted, unrestricted. What restricted? Defense areas, coastal areas, they will not give to the public domain research. Unrestricted maps are available. Very simple. Just earlier they used to give 5 rupees or 10 rupees. Now maybe give it 10 rupees, 100 rupees or whatever. Even nowadays, the technology is so advanced, they are giving about the digital topo sheets also giving. Without topo sheet, they will not plan any developmental activities. And the topo sheet gives the entire, suppose Hyderabad is there, number of topo sheets also there. You want to study about this area. And even the Google map also connected to this. The Google map gives only only topographical elevation points give, but topo sheets will give about the coordinates, longitudes, latitudes, and they use about which is the areas and which are areas are forest area, what are the flora and fauna. And the surface thing about these topo sheets are started during the Britishers' time. And after they studied in detail, our topo sheets of entire India is available. And for all development activities, we have to procure that one we can find out. Suppose if this is a topo sheet, you can see here, this is a stream, river. So this is the forest area. This is one more river. And this red one is the roads. This, if you go that one, these are contour points, elevations. Everything is available. And even nowadays, if suppose topography are available, nowadays technology available, local area topography, we can also get our own surveys also. So this is the one important areas. They write very clear biodiversity, plantation, trees. There even they mentioned in the trees also they mentioned. You can think about how much of activity they take in that areas. Maybe trees were cut different issue, but they are given a lot of opportunities for everyone. Biologists, biodiversity, developmental activities, civil activity, everything. All plants can be done on the opportunity. You can see here, for a point of view, this is village, and this is the one river is flowing, and you can see that this is one of the areas. Sample, these are the sample areas. The elevations are given, roads are given. Suppose you want to work this area, immediately you can plan on the top sheet. We will go to the field and find out. Okay, so like that they can plan. Then you can find about longitude, latitude, where it's available. You can use the GPS system. You can either system find about. So technology advanced now. So for example, our India, they are banned nowadays. Lot of activities going on. Now India's fast development. You can see national highway authorities, they're coming out, and development act is coming out. You take our Hyderabad region, we can have the outer ring road, inner ring road, I think regional ring road also coming. Now I think for example. So development also required, and like that enter the content areas. You can see the whole India coastal area they corrected, border areas, and the economic zones. So these are the areas. The road effectively taking place here. So national highway, you can see national highway, and you can see the plantation here. So please try to think about national highway laying is not for civilian point of view. In US, while making any national way clearance, they can also assess about the what is the impact about the environmental, ecological, sound pollutions. They install everything, they can monitor us. How much of civil engineer works that environmental people are. I was surprised, sir, what are you doing? No, we are not laying up the roads. We are the people to sustain from micro level studies to the ecological point of view. Fauna and flora, how it is affecting, what is the impact of the roads, what is sound pollution, environmental pollutions, how they are affecting. So that is the level even our India also going to take place. You can see the coastal. India is one of the country you can have about the, about the total coastal area, almost 7,600 kilometers of the our coastal area, including the east coast and west coast. And the coastal areas are the one of the strategic point of view developmental activities for the environmental, ecological, sustainable development. Coastal areas are the channel ways. Now I think they're the connecting the coastal areas. Even nowadays, the government is so planning to go for the internal services for even for the rivers also going to connect it along way. So this thing, Sagarmala projects. There's a lot of development activities. Each development project they assist about the biological and the environmental issues. India is coming out. So this is the Mangalore region, Cochin region, it's here, Annavaram, Kakinada also here. And here in this region, about here the particular year, we are getting about large scale of the island natural gas. ONGC and as well as RAINs also working about island natural gas. We are exploiting from the east coast. Even Bombay High you are getting. Bombay High means almost 300, 400 kilometers here. Here, the oil taps are available, we are using. And they study very detailed also here, working out. We can see the ONGC and some projects also private sector taking about. These are the economic zone. And you can see the developmental the activities. And even you can see nowadays, I think large scale of biodiversity they studied and dedicated freight corridor network. I think you maybe heard that one. So 2 years I worked in L&T also. After they asked me one of the advisor. And so the government of India has sanctioned the dedicated the freight corridor. Means we are the railway network. Now east coast and west coast, even from the Delhi, from the region, Delhi to up to Bombay region. So this is the Delhi to Bombay region. The only freight corridor, it is only for using for goods. Now we are only using for, I think, main materials, only same track. Now the government of India, because of the economy, they are developing the new freight corridor connecting to east coast and west coast. Is already working out because several prices are working. The Tata consultancy work they're taking, Reliance has worked about a lot of the active because new railway line, they are experiencing several geological problems. They're also experiencing about the environmental problems. And they have to sustain about the how much area you are going to sustain. So now this is the working, almost working at coming out. Even this one more. You see, this is the coming out. Eastern and Western got dedicated. You can see Delhi to up to Bombay connected, and here to East Coast also. And now, apart from this one, we will know about one of the large scale developmental activities coming about. Separate corridor. They now we can ask bullet train. Technically, been called as a high speed train. High speed, what is this called? This is called high speed rail project. High speed project also now one more lane. Already existing line is there, right corridor is coming, and this is the bullet train high speed railway coming. This is the very difficult to impact around the biodiversity also, because there are several issues. I'm not talking about political issues. Several the geo-environmental issues, cutting down to the coastal regions, cutting down to the forest regions. So a lot of protections, a lot of the things are coming out, and now the Delhi to up to Ahmedabad, Ahmedabad to up to Bombay. That is the high speed. Next, that is starting point. That high speed trains, bullet trains, you can call it, is also going to connect to the other areas. Even Hyderabad to Bombay, about 780 kilometers area, that is also sanctioned. That will take later stage. But just see about how much the impact of taking place. That is very important. So because I'm telling about civil engineering, development, ecological impact us. Developmental act, because developmental act is required for us. This high speed trains are coming here. You can see high speed train. It will be nowadays, I think our life sustainable development will be required about the what they call the particularly about the developmental activity. So we have to work about more areas. This is the coastal area connecting the west coast and high speed survey details. I'm not going this one details. The hydrological aspect, physical properties, textural perspective, then soil texture and soil genesis. You can see this is soil. You have to see about soil areas and soil structure. You can see this areas plant soil structure. Soil profile. Soil can define by geology difference. What is can define different, then others can define. Soil is one of the important aspects. You see top soil, bottom soil here. So we have to know these soil structures are very complicated issues. The soil structure. The developmental activities you see about soil structure. You know, this is the investigation we done in the, in Hyderabad. cable stayed bridge Durgam Cheru. Now I think I think we can see the one of the top attraction for the people, the cable stayed bridge, the Durgam Cheru. So there when the 2 years LNT, I was working at one. You see this area. Now we can find about the beautiful area. It is there, I think the structure came. This area, soil structure, and soil also used for the many areas, soil development, even cricket pitches. They can also use the soil pitches, soil texture, and soil can also use about the depth relation. So the see about how much of the destruction done. A large scale of destruction. And the soil, the penetration studies. So they can use different studies. I'm not going to this for measurement because the how weathering affected. See here, the soil erosion, shifting, and soil wind erosion. See, already prepared the data is available. Researchers got that IS4 erosion rates. We can find about how much of impact taken place each areas is available. Then you can see the rock formations and the rock fragmentations. Then the sands, a lot of impact. So shifting, this is the soil. Soil gives the lot of problems because the clay soil gives the lot of problems for us. You can see the impact. Foundation. Then you can the walls can be gone. Then you can also density, send out what is become. Then I want to shift to the climatical aspect, potential impact. So major event related to the landscape issues during planning stage, developmental stage, then soil erosion, very important. And you can assess by critically how much of impact taking place and what is the impact on the biogeological activities. Soil erosion, you can see the top from the top areas, transportation, and you can see large scale of soil erosion, fauna and flora also if affected, and developmental activities giving more problem for the erosion. And you can see the large scale of erosion, you can see the biodiversity is affected. You can see the all the plants, even naturally also, and with man-made activities, the heavy rainfall, lot of the erosion, you can see the plants all is completely eroded. So the soil biodiversity, the effects of the microbial, agricultural, desertification, biodiversity, everything is related. I don't want to because time is very short. So the impact, erosion, transportation, flow factors, estimation, mass movement, and contamination, nutrition, structural acidification, salinization, and large scale for hydrological, hydrogeological, both different. Hydrological means runoff, rainfall, infiltration called hydrology different. Hydrogeology means how much of infiltration, what is soil. There's a lot of difference between hydrologist, hydrogeologist. There is Central Groundwater Department, EGW, Central Groundwater Board. That is comes under Ministry of Water Resources. Hydrological division here and groundwater divisions are also all are in Hyderabad itself also. So due to acidifications, you can see the feasible study, baselines, monitoring programs, identification, then urban development, limitations, how much mitigation measures. Each country they made different. Australia, Bangladesh, China, USA, they're having different type of their environmental the protection laws than we are. So here management process, AI process, you can see about the site selection, project, designing, construction, impact. The alternatives, the identity issues, so involves, this is very important. So, for example, now I think many development act is going on. You are know about the sustainable development, biodiversity, animals, land, fauna, flora, everything scientifically related to each one. Do soil engineering activities or geotechnology, mining or development, mineral exploration, drilling operations, civil or defense. Then suppose when you're making the any project, actually as per the Ministry of Environment and Forest and Climate Change, they are very clear. Those who are making that project work, the road or road network or railway network, what it may be. So if they're encroaching to the public property and they have to discuss with the participation, public participation is required. So they have to district level, the environmental, I think, environmental issue, I think state pollution control board is there, central pollution control boards, state level pollution control, the district administrators and the local air bodies. Just explain to the local people, this is the area when you are laying the roads or maybe any developmental activities. And these are the impacts are there. Apart from giving the compensation is given to the different issue because of the, but the public may accept or may not accept different issue. But public participation has to make, that documentation has to be given to the Ministry of Environment to clear the project. Without public participation, records not there, they're not going to give me any project. So clear this project, Ministry of Environment gives support. So the exploration stages. So these are the coming to the environmental areas. Because I think the time is, I think, almost given to me, almost 1 hour. So these are the few references I given. So I taken from this my book also. This is journal. Any discussions you are left to you? Because we can give the discussions. I think thankful to Ravindra as well as Chandra also. So I given the more concise how soil exploration is going to do this one, developmental activities, how they impact on ecology, environment, then how sustainable develop, because we have to developmental also, because the country requires sustain. Then what precautions to be taken place to nullify these areas, developmental activity, because these are not so simple as we discussed. There are several issues also there to be. Okay. It's 1 hour, I think, as per given the time. The discussions or anything, I can, any suggestions also, no problem.
Thank you, Professor Venkat Reddy Garu. It was really very insightful session, though I could see you were running, too fast to cover up that session, but really, you have given in detail about various aspects, which is very much required because of this climate change and other things are happening. And we are not aware of our activities, and that is impacting our environment and our health. So it was very well presented. And in fact, we are very fortunate to have wonderful speakers, presenters like you on this occasion of World Biodiversity Day. We are very much thankful, sir. So participants, friends, if you have any queries, feel free to raise your hand or share in chat box, or you can unmute yourselves also and share your comments, observations, or if you have any clarifications, you can also share.
Very, I think.
Raidu Garu, Would you
Yeah,
like to share, please? Go ahead.
yeah. Thank you very much, Reddy Garu.
Yeah,
It was a very interesting topic. In fact, this is a field where I work a lot. I'm an environmental consultant. I was formerly working for Tamil Nadu Pollution Control Board as the Deputy Director, Laboratories and Training Institute Director. I had a lot of opportunity to meet L&T engineers in Chennai. I had the opportunity to meet a lot of your people, and then I have also assessed some of your EIA reports. That was the privilege that I got. I have one small question. While doing the Konkan Rail, there was a lot of mangrove has been removed. That's what I heard, because I was a student working in Ratnagiri on Kalba Devi Estuary. That
Maharashtra region.
That Kalba Devi Estuary was one of the pristine places for the eco biodiversity. It is a very particularly the Alcinia mangroves, which are the soil catchers. They keep the soil intact in those regions. So that was disturbed. That's what I was hearing from different sources. Was it true, or what was the reality?
Sir, I think you know about the Konkan Railway
project
started. I think actually the institutions, while making about the Britishers also during our independence or pre-independence era, they tried the west coast and they found, I think they thought it is very difficult to have a railway line to west coast there. I think they are not ventured. That is the west coast, one of the sensitive areas, and I think many rivers. I think maybe 31 just crossing Karnataka itself also maybe 20 to 30 rivers are there, small rivers and west flowing rivers, and venturing to Ratnagiri and also that area. I think we take about the stability point of view, one eco-developmental environment, which is also very sensitive areas also. As I already mentioned, they not given the permission to go through the Western Ghats or like that, because you know about Western Ghats already terrain, we can't go that one.
Correct.
And they're given parallel to that areas. So Maharashtra region is, I think, you know, the rock types are the basaltic terrain, that is black sides.
Yeah.
And coming to Goa onwards up to the Mangalore and Karnataka, up to the west coast of Karnataka, it's a laterite. Laterite means laterite is a very difficult, very problematic site.
Yeah. Laterite.
Yeah, I think you are environmentalist, you know about the these projects.
Yeah.
Difficult for the lateritic site.
Yes,
so,
correct.
And while laying also problem, even there is one tunnel, sir, I think in Bangalore, I think near Mangalore region.
Right.
And the tunnel they made about only 300 meters of tunnel taken about more than 1.5 years time to complete, because large scale of the soil seepage, water, the seepage, and they're piercing through the what they called alluvial soil areas.
Alluvial soil.
There are, I think, you knowing about some of the rivers are now not seen, but it is all disappeared. Paleochal, that is the problems.
Correct.
So, civil engineering point of view, geological point of view, geotechnical, constructional, environmental, ecological, all are. But anyway, I think we're thankful to somehow they have made the railway line. Now it's slowly sustaining. Earlier, I think few minor slips also taken place.
What my one more small question? What is the EMP projected there? Environment management plan.
Yeah, environmental management plan has to plan to the sustain about the there are many issues, sir. I think you know the one of the expert
No,
us. Environment impact doesn't define environment management plan is very difficult to
explain.
to the grassroots level to the sustainability.
Correct.
The projects may clear a different issue, but reality is different. So some issues are there still even today also.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. This is as per my level. I can
Yeah.
interact with you, sir. Any projects are
Yeah,
there,
yeah, sure.
or any, because
Yeah.
we can have our
Yeah, I'll be happy to interact.
we done project, because we can have some points I can give whatever my level I can have.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Reddy Garu, and thank you, Venkat Reddy Garu. Yeah, we know the practical aspects. Certain times, we compromise on certain aspects of environment to
Yeah.
development. So, I mean, that is also required. This is also required.
Yeah.
But,
That is
at some point of time, we have to balance.
yeah.
Strike a balance.
Is the greatest challenge we everyone face. Thank you, sir. And yeah, Mary, you can unmute yourself.
Yeah, we can associate that, because it is the not only just discuss. I given just the points are given. I
Good
not gone
evening, sir.
detail wise. Okay.
Good evening, sir. I thank Dr. Ravindra sir and Sri Holistic Health Foundation for giving me this opportunity to voice out my opinion. Your presentation is mind-blowing, sir.
Okay, madam.
Because I am not from this background. I am from arts background, but it's a lot of you have done detailed research, sir. There's no option to ask questions, because you have developed a lot of knowledge imbibed in me. So I learned lot of things, because these all new topics. I learned lot. It brought clearly insight these very interesting topics, because we don't know. I learned lots. Even like really, this day is very useful day for me, and it wonderful day, sir. God bless you, sir. Hope to see you in more sessions, sir, in our platform.
Okay, madam. So it is the developmental activities. I think mentioned our RIDO also. So we have to know about because the is multidisciplinary approach, because even biologist, geologist, environmentalist, ecologist, conservators. Now any developmental activity is going to affect everything. This is called in the USA, I found one paper, they wrote about 124 authors. That paper is technical paper, 7-page, 124 page. The research contributors are contributed in that research, because that is that much of the interdisciplinary approaches also, because the reality we can solve, but we know about what is the fact, what we can get the project approval, what is the present, but reality is different. But we can do the justification, but we are not going to do the justification as we require. 100% justification impossible, because we can't develop us. Can't develop, we can't progress. And progress and development, sustained development, we can see that these things are in reality very difficult. We have to go for what is the latest inputs are coming out. We nowadays, I think, lot of research, lot of data available, and interdisciplinary experts also available, and we can minimize things are coming, whether India or abroad. The environmental ecological issues not for discussion, the reality. People think about environmental ecology, biodiversity. These are biologists or geologists. No, not biologist, geologist. It is for related for your survival. You are also a person of the biological, biogeological environment. The biology started from geology. Madam, I think you know about the just contest the people says the life evolved from the biogeochemical process of the rocks and minerals. Right? I'm not telling God is given. God may be given different issue. What is the technically biogeochemical environment only started the unicellular organism. That one started. So that is the, you can think about the starting from the life quite of million years. Now it is only 1 million year is coming out, and you can see about what things are happening. So it is a good topic. I can't do the full justification as per Raid are telling about, our experts are telling. So whatever the time given, and I just projected these things, maybe. Yes. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Reddy Garu. And there is one query from Dr. P. Arunachalamji. For construction nowadays, they use M sand. Earlier, only river sand was used.
Yeah.
Is it okay to use M sand, and what could be the impact?
A river sand or the beach sand? They want to river sand?
No,
Yeah.
presently, the M sand, river sand is replaced by M sand. So, is it fine? I mean, in terms of quality?
Yeah. M sand they're using nowadays. I think you know about the sand. Sand is, I think, the extraction what we are using for infrastructural construction activities. So, public domain, private domain, or what they're getting, legal mining, illegal mining. See about a lot of issues are there. I don't want to discuss. This is the not the issue to discuss about the areas. So they now slowly already started the M sand, other alternatives also using because of the depletion of the river sand. The river sands are depleting because you know about the take about Hyderabad region. We are getting so the wherever the rivers are there. I think whatever the government mission, even today also the mining act is going on. So, from technical point of view, some alternative sources also came about to use them. That one stability also no problem. But the beach sand they can't use because beach sand is containing about these sand, clay, silica. But it will the process if you done may possible. But the process that done using it will be very costly rather than extract. So M sand using, and even our civil engineering department also there are good research. The soil engineers they done geotechnical. They are using alternative methods for using about sustainable development. Already started sustainable environmental engineering division. What are best to be used that one? It's possible to use. Now new techniques also coming to use that one also. Because in future also developmental activities required sand and alternative also they're using. Even they are even now the while using about the cutting and processing of the rocks, quartz and sand, that sand also they're using. It depends upon the availability and local issue. Many issues are there in that.
Thank you. Sir. Yeah, Kaur, you can unmute yourself.
Good evening. Thanks, Dr. Ravinder sir, for giving me the opportunity to express my views. Thanks, Professor. I studied geography during my graduation, and I read about the soil erosion and the types of the soils. But today, I deeply come to know the detailed knowledge. Can say many things were out of my syllabus. I love to plant trees. Thanks for awesome session. I learned a lot. You made my day, sir. God bless you. There is one query. How soil erosion can be slowed down, especially near sea areas?
Soil contamination or soil stability, madam?
Contamination, sir.
Soil stability is related to many issues also. Yeah. For example, you can see this soil here. The soil here using the many areas. when used for go for a particularly the soil environmental issues. So we can to go for a many issues also there. You see the lateritic soil formation. See the laterite is one of the just to mention that one. So now we can several issues are there depending upon the nature of the soil formation and where they can use us.
Yes, sir.
If you have any civil engineering inputs for you, we can easy to follow. So, but even for the general people also, no problem. That is, soils are the ultimate product of the rock weathering. Soil is formed from the rock. Any area, any place in India, abroad, any place we are staying, any soil you are walking, that is formed by the geological process for millions of years of ago. That gives. Here only I think microorganisms, living creatures, they started. From microorganisms to human evolution also, the biodiversity, I think what we are still be extinct. I don't know. Yes, we don't want to extinct. That is the
Yes, sir. Is soil erosion disturb the sea life?
yeah, madam. Text
Is soil erosion
soil
disturb
erosion.
the
Soil
sea life?
soil erosion.
Yes,
You see
disturb the sea life.
yeah. For this is take the volcanic rock. This is different. Once it is it will form the erosion fragmentation, and you can see these are formed. So these are formed from the one place to another formation. You see this is a rock formation, original rock.
Okay.
Then it will the fragmentation taken place. Then from the still it is from the soil. So soil, if you go for a soil profile, they can take soil profile. That is the soil is.
Yes.
We can get soil top soil, middle soil, lower soil. So soil can study soil scientist, soil biologist, geologist, geological engineers. The each people can soil profile, they can study.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
One night.
Thank you, sir. Good night.
Thank you, everyone, for sharing your.
Sorry, madam.
Yeah.
My daughter is called USC. Yeah, that is the soil profile. The soil top profile. This is a very good question. I am very happy. I listened very carefully. This is the soil formation. This is the rock fragmentation. Soil formation is very critical. You can see even for India also. When we are belongs to India, other country. Very you can see the soil fragmentation here, and you can also see the soil formation here. Is it top soil and bottom soil? You can see the difference of soil to bottom. There's a large scale of soil excavation is going on here, and you can also see even madam, about cricket pitches nowadays. About cricket is one of the major play in our India, maybe not in the world, entire few countries, Australia, New Zealand, or like that. So they made the cricket pitches. The cricket pitches is made by the soil. Technically, the soil they have been made, they cut from the top and they can make up the soil. This is the lot of the geotechnical engineering process. So you can see the top soil formation. And soil, suppose sometimes the cricket pitches is like that because they make this one. So when playing the game, soil texture is there. The cricket ball may rise like that. That's why they can know about the technical aspect of the soil formation. That's why every state we are playing about this give the ground reality. Hyderabad, for example, take there the red soils are there. Go to Mumbai region, the black soils are there. There is soil. So our soil texture make the cricket pitch also, that also changes. We will go to commercial venture also. So nowadays that also they're studying about the soil contamination. You can see soil investigation. The top soil, middle side, and you can see this is soil profile structure. Any more?
Thank you, sir. A lot of appreciation messages are there in chat.
No. More questions mean they are understood little better.
So as of now, there are no further questions, sir. And
Thank you, sir.
thank you very much. It was a very insightful session, and definitely we would like to learn more in coming.
Yeah. Time is given only for only few hours, sir. Morning only given.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we have environment conference also next month on occasion of World Environment Day. Maybe if time permits, you can share some more knowledge on that platform in coming days.
Yeah, no problem. Online, offline, no problem.
Yes.
We can share our thoughts. Any consultants also we can involve, but anyone interested, no problem.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for joining us, and we wish you all the success for your future endeavor.
Thanks, sir. All regards.
Thank you, sir. So, Jayachandra Garu, would you like to give any concluding remarks?
No. I am very, very sorry. I have to say to Professor
Chandra Garu.
Reddy Garu.
Namaskar, sir.
So because I see, actually I was in a class and with the same system, and it cannot be done dual role. So I was disconnected for your session. I know I can join some other class. So I took a class. It was a pre-programmed online professional course, geospatial technology. So when they were joined from different places,
we can involve, no problem.
So no problem. Yeah.
In the future,
and,
we can also.
I request you to share this PPT, sir, to Ravindra Garu, and then we will also, because this is a good reference for many research students. A very good reference for the students who are doing in research. They can understand, and a lot of efforts there in the background. So
there are many, I think, issues are there, sir, in environmental. So we can discuss one by one. So this is related to soil. Then
yes, sir. Sure.
Actually, it is where the good platform people, youngsters are there asking, because it's not just like discussions. It will go to.
I know it will be a mutual benefit. The many participants here, I am also familiar with them. So they might have got a wonderful knowledge today with your session. So that much because I know that. So maybe Ravindra Garu can either continue with the presentations or the paper presentation by the participants, because it's already nearly 8 o'clock.
Yeah, no problem. Okay.
Yeah. So that is what he can do. Initially, we thought if you are restricting to your talk up to 7:30, I was planned to speak for a few minutes, something, but now it is no problem. They can go ahead with that, the presentation by the participants also. Maybe Ravindra Garu, you check with Ravindra Garu, check with participants how many papers.
Sir, we have scheduled. Every speaker has a schedule. Even your session is also scheduled. No need to worry.
My session got overlapped already. It is 8 o'clock. 7:30 to 8 was my time. I agree. But now where you will?
No. Already we have rescheduled your session. I will let you know. So we will take up Raidu Garu. Then you can we can have your session for some time. So thank you, Venkat Reddy Garu.
Yeah, no, sir. As per your justification, I cut short on.
Yeah.
The participants are very eager to ask, because I want to solve the questions itself indicates about they are interested in multidisciplinary.
Yes.
We can work in a projects, consultancy projects, technical issues, because how I am suitable, you can decide, not myself. So Jayachandra is there. I think we can organize
In coming days, we will work together, sir. We have a lot of opportunities. Jayachandra is very much active.
Yeah, not only that.
And,
For example, even the any project writing, working that one, or technical session on course, no problems. I want to keep myself very active.
Sure, sir. Definitely. With your support, we will also make us also active along with you. With your guidance and support, we all will be active in coming days. Thank you once again, sir, for joining us.
Okay, sir.
Wish you all the success and look forward to more sessions.
Yeah, give next one. You can give the subsequent times. We can prepare that one.
Sure, sir. Definitely. I will talk to you offline.
Yeah,
we will discuss.
Okay, sir. Good night, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Good night.
Raidu garu want to add something? Raidu garu.
Dr.
Raidu garu, sir. He was retired deputy director from Tamil Nadu Pollution Control Board.
Oh,
so he was.
I'm very happy, sir.
Yeah, the day before yesterday, he had a session at the same timing. So, and he's very interesting the personality to catch up all the experiences of the people.
No, I think
so that is why
Tamil Nadu is very.
He was there with yesterday and today's. With the passionated with the environment and the pollution. At least there are some people like him, like you.
No, because I think from the environment he knows everything.
Yeah.
And even Tamil Nadu, I think the last 2 years I worked in L&T because they've taken me advisor for 2 years. I work in professor.
Yeah, you know that. You are
there is one metro project in 1,000 lights metro project in Chennai. There are a lot of water squeezing. So I think because as Raidu mentioned that one, they asked me, so what is the problem? Even the earlier ocean, now what is the ocean there in Chennai? Earlier was ocean up to the entire city was submerged. It is ocean receded for millions years back. Now that water still it is there as this water backing that is giving the problems. So we have to see about that much about the geological inputs to for developmental activities. Not we can see that one, what was happened, why it has happened, what is today, or what will happen. This is the not so simple. Present is key to the past. That is what they mentioned. So such issues also will come. So we can't anticipate about such areas. Nobody knows the sea was there. There is a sea is gone. Just like I think about the Kadapa region. Kadapa region was earlier in the ocean. Now as Kadapa recede, we are getting about all the rocks. People, there are no water nowadays. That was in the ocean. The ocean can't reach to that region. So a lot of issues are there, sir. I'm thankful to Raidu like a experienced person.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Your experience is most revered because I hope I'm audible.
Yeah.
You have done excellent work in different areas. You have wide experience, and the soil is the major issue in the entire environmental impact assessment studies. The entire presentation of yours
I think there is some network issue.
No problem. I will listen. No problem. You can write to me, no problem, sir. I think
okay, sir. Thank you very much.
Not just for discussion. There is only just given in charts. We can work out. We can
sure, sir. We are also planning some training programs, awareness programs in coming days. So we will utilize your services.
Whatever my area, I can. So
sure,
we
sir,
can go tunnel exploration. Lot of activities are there. Railway laser, tunnel. Lot of things are there. Environmental, ecological issues. Don't think this environment is only plant or life like that. No. Everything is developmental, sustainable. Everything is related to one to another. Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, sir.
Thank you. Ravindra garu, what happened to Ride garu network issue, right?
Actually, akkada power, there is some power problem. So what we can do is you can take up your session. Then whenever the power restores, we will take up Ride session.
So you don't give us freedom. So we have to take. Okay. So I share my screen. So what is this? This we can now see. Yeah.
So let me formally introduce. We have Dr. Jayachandra K with us. He is Vice President for Pure Earth Foundation, one of our collaborator and a very good friend of us. And he is also working on geospatial technologies. And he is very well known to us, so not much introduction. So you can go to your first slide.
Yeah, yes, sir, yes, sir.
Or wherever you are comfortable. Yeah.
No, it's not comfort. See, I just want to keep something connected with the last 3-day wonderful topic of environmental, auditing and environment, particularly biodiversity, ecological diversity. They are all relating to environment and connecting to the human life. And it all gives us ultimately what is that all these topics will make us. So one thing, they will tell us the way that we should live here on this planet Earth. And because every environment day, we all will be talking about only one planet, only life in, that means having life in only one planet. We don't have other planet. Yesterday or day before yesterday, Prime Ministers are also, insisting. So only one Prithvi. Like so many things, everybody talks, and this with the entire, environmental knowledge, environmental science, or environmental assessment. What we are talking about last 2-3 days with Ride Garu, and one resource like with soil, like connecting. See, ultimately, Earth is it's unique compared with so many other planets in the universe, particularly in solar family. It has its uniqueness of its features on the surface of Earth and features on the subsurface of Earth. And because of that feature combination on surface and subsurface, the environment is also different. See, you cannot expect an environment which is available on surface of Earth or available around the Earth. I can say environment is a thing that is around the Earth, and that is because of the features which is existing on surface of Earth and subsurface. For example, if subsurface there is no water, there is no plant growing, there is no tree growing. So what kind of environment do you expect there? There is no plant, there is no water. It's a dry environment. Suppose abundant water, groundwater, and soil resources, what all the components, chemical elements that is needed for a healthy tree to grow. If all these things are there, and that area will produce wonderful green cover, and which leads again in turn, attracts these and cool up the surface, and then it acts or it plays its role in forming the cloud. That means the entire natural system, like every one of us learned in a very schooling age, the cycle how water from oceans will be evaporating, and evaporated will be, in the form of cloud, and then some cooling because of greenery and all. this feature, the environment on the surface. So that will cool down and you get rain again it goes to the flows on the surface and forms into different channels, streams, rivers. Finally, again, going back to the oceans. So these cycles everybody experienced. So to have this kind of a wonderful cycle, the environment plays the key role here. And of course, they are interconnected. You can say environment is because of the features or the kind of features available on surface of Earth, on the surface, the environment is like this, or because environment is there, these features are existing. You can say by vice versa, it is right. So, but this is there only with planet Earth. Many times I explained this, the various reasons with the planet with 3/4 of water, and then the remaining part, 1/4 of soil, that is land mass, and within land mass, so many activities, so many things. So this is a wonderful creativity. We cannot say if God is there, whatever it is there, it is nature. This is what we call is nature. Now, this particularly, there is so much thing. I do not know exactly where to take you, where to talk, what is that, but something maybe I was earlier explained about several things that are causing this kind of wonderful environment, the environment formation or environment existence with the coexistence with the Earth. So many concepts and reasons we understood because of ozone layer, because of the radiation that what we get into the surface of Earth, and what exactly it comes from sun, and so many things earlier classes I explained. So that these are the important things for causes for this kind of suitable, wonderful environment of Earth, planet Earth. But when it comes to the activity on the Earth, particularly in terms of the auditing and all, actually, any activity you take up on the surface of Earth by an individual, by an organization, or industry, or even by government. For example, where in general we will trouble or we will take up an activity on surface of Earth, which will mostly harming the environment, damaging the environment. That is like, for example, a development activity by a government want to bring up a fast track railway track, or a new railway track, or a national highway, widening a simple road to a national highway, or bringing up a big reservoir. So what it impacts? Certainly there is two important things. I'm just giving in general. Raidu Garu kind of people are there, professors are there with their own domain expertise and all. Though I belong to the geospatial technology or the scientific part, that means I can be potentially provide the scientific input to this, supporting this assessment of, as for example, the same example, a development activity will damage how much environment, how much extent. Suppose a track has to pass through forest area, because if you want to avoid forest area, then you have to take a long distance, you have to go a long way, hundreds of kilometers away, and that will be not financially viable, and it also makes long distance. So they may take up a short way by penetrating through a forest. Then what is that it damage? See, forest is a natural entity, an area which is reserved to prevail that nature. What all the components of nature, whoever the stakeholders are, the part of the living creatures in that area should not be disturbed. That is why it is a reserved land, reserved area, where human activity should be minimum, should not be there at all. Even suppose an area declared as a wildlife area, you should not travel through that area. Because of your passing through that, human by a vehicle, by a bus or a car, whatever it is, that disturbs the wildlife there. So you don't have that right when it is declared as a reserve. But when you need for a development to bring up a railway track or something else, a development activity, now keeping all other conditions, accessibility, fast, easy access, or traveling in short time, so many advantages which will contribute to the development part, you will access through this forest area, you acquire some forest land and you take up it, then you should assess how much damage was done there against the nature, against that principle, against that rules. So that is one thing I feel one of the important part in assessment, auditing. First thing is due to, that means caused by any activity of an organization, government or anything, how much damage is that assessment. Second thing is, if something, that activity or that industry or anything, how much it will also, because to balance this, government framed the rules across the world. When you are disturbing, when you are creating harmness to the nature, to an area like a reserved forest, you should compensate it by some method. So that comes out through how much compensation, how much it was done, that comes under performance, environmentally positive thing you have done, environmental performance of that unit or that organization, something like that. So just ignore about these things, just take only these two. By an activity, how much damage, by that activity or by that setup of something, what is the pro-environment action you have taken. These two things you have to measure. That is the purpose of auditing the whole thing. So they will assess, is it balanced both? How much is done as per the rules? For example, if you took a few hectares of land for a national highway and double to that or 3 times of that, say 100 hectares, you have to give 300 hectares compensatory land because of you acquired a reserved forest area. So you have given that compensatory land, but what happened just by giving compensatory land is not the complete. You have to raise that forest there in that compensatory land, nothing but that is called afforestation. So these things are done balanced, is done accurately. That is the ultimate environmental auditing. What they have to check. There is a group of team, a people, an organization who is meant for assessing both what is the damage and what is the balancing thing done against the damage. So these two are the major things, and both are an action, an activity on the surface of Earth. So how much area got damaged or how much impact or asset area that will affect this activity, and how much area compensation, because area and location is there. There comes my role of showing where it is, what is, for example, don't want, and these are all so many things are there. I just take you. Just see here. For example, maybe I'll put it in presentation. You see, this is a compensatory, like eucalyptus or something else, like this is a plantation. So in the assessment of either damage or the compensatory activity, this is the technology. That means anything you want to see these changes, either a negative, a damage, a negative effect or a positive effect. Physically you want to see and witness, and also you can measure it by area and all. There is a technology, wonderful technology associated with our space, that is called geospatial technology, where the satellite can give the pictures which are much cheaper, and you want to locally also you can fly through drones. Earlier there was a technology called aerial photography. Today that was almost overcome by this drone technology, because each thing has got their own advantages. So that is the reason as I told, the two things, which is the damage part and the compensatory part, both you can easily find out, you can easily assess, you can map it. You see, for example, this is an area. So what is this? This the whole thing was taken for solar. What is this? The solar panels. Now, how much area that industry has utilized for erecting solar panels? The company produced a report saying that it is 10 acres. Now the auditing people can, with the help of this technology, can measure very quickly and tell, sorry brother, it is not 10 hectares. You have utilized 20 or 40 hectares, but you mentioned. So this is how you cross-check it. So that means, so you are aware of so many things, particularly with environment related, but there is a method, there is a procedure, there is a technology here, that helps in assessing the both damage and that kind of, proactivity, environmentally friendly activity taken to compensate that damage. And these are the technologies. Now, if these are not there, what happens? Imagine I attended some environmental related this EIA, impact assessment, and there was a scientist, he was crying. He came across hundreds of reports and he has copies of that, because if there are few people who are effective and who are very experienced in preparing such things, without noticing, without knowledge, most of the companies, most of the private sector will approach such people, and as a expert and consultant, he had got hundreds of reports, and he found that all the reports are 80 to 90% the content is same. That means cut and paste. He was crying before the younger generation. So this is what is that our country, our manipulations, the activity, the human thinking is totally going only through manipulation way. Why I am bringing this point is, there is a technology like this. You can insist them. You show the mapping, produce a map, produce the extent, produce the satellite picture, then we will believe it. That's all. So that means in the absence of these technologies, there was so much opportunity earlier for manipulation, and just because of some bribe or some recommendation, influence, whatever damage was done, nobody bothered, and so much of exploitation was being done in the past. I can say before new millennium. Of course, even in the new millennium also, because the technology and the procedures are not, for my knowledge and experience, I can tell, first time in this year, in the month of February, the first program for environmental auditing people was introduced, the remote sensing and GIS technologies, first time in 23. Imagine, I'm telling the technology was very effective from 2000 year onwards, because of it started producing high resolution satellite pictures. So that changed a different way to understand and read. But the first class, because they announced and they checked across the country and different people, and somehow some speakers they could identify, and I was one of them to share few views from my side. That means they announced that this is the first time in the country, and then realizing the potential and the advantage of this technology in assessing the damage and assessing the compensatory actions by the organization, industries, for the auditing team, they requested an exclusive geospatial technology role in environmental auditing, and we conducted in the last month itself, only by this geospatial technical experts, 3 people from NRSC, myself, and some forestry expert. So we could take it as a first program. That means people can assess the technology is there for several years, but slowly now we are maybe in a decade later, certainly it can arrest so much of the manipulation. the malpractices. These are all can be arrested maybe in the next decade. That is what I feel, I understood, I observed. So let me just, for example, you see why I made this water quality pollution. So these are things are available. Suppose you see how it is, helping the auditor or the team. So what kind of impurities are there? How much percentage of algae is here? Suppose who is the responsible for this? And responsible to keep this water body clean at the extent, everything. So this is one of the wonderful source. The polluting, assessing that polluted part, or taking the water samples and then connecting. So this is how the technology which I am associated is a wonderful opportunity, for this, particularly in controlling this, assessing this damage, and slowly if everybody who is about to damage this, that means through an industry or an individual or a society, anything, slowly if they are aware that there is a technology, there is a method, there is a way that a government or a court can take an action based on the inputs of this technology, then they may be, at least they stop doing such things, or they will be, follow certain procedures. They cannot manipulate it. So this is the way, the wonderful, my technology, of course, I'm not, I'm just going through. So, these are all pure GAs related. So there is no end. I just want to make just some points with that. For example, if you want to see the pictures, or this is another better picture where what feature on surface of Earth looks, how it looks on satellite picture. This one, three different stages of before crop and with a grainy surface or a crop, how they look, and then some other. Now you see, for example, the wonderful resolution today we have with very high resolution, where you can make out very clearly what is what. You can count the number of trees. For example, this 1 meter data. Each dot is a tree there. Suppose somebody says, I planted so much density, so many things. Suppose you can make an area and approximately either you can count or you can calculate by area. So this much area, that means the spacing of the plantation. So you can easily tell her. That means this all will help in assessing that action taken by that industry, taken by somebody. That's what I want to say you. There is a wonderful technology today, and you see these are all, so many things are there. This NDVA, and this I don't want you to break your brain. What are all these things? So natural normalization, different vegetative index, and then water index. It highlights all the water body. You see all the blue water bodies like that. So this is also satellite data. So again, somebody, if anybody has a specific interest or something, there is a wonderful scope in this technology to know. And there is globally some free data is there. There is some data with some charges, and both high resolution and low resolution. And you want to see some area in 1980s or 1990s, you can see with some free sources. So much opportunities are there. So many things. Like, see, this is, suppose this is a river and this is the flood area. Yeah, this is what water level raises, this much area will be submerging. And there's so many applications are there. So I don't want you to take all this. So Ravindra Garu, because it's already nearly 8:30, so I just want to share just little bit, only a single point that something, either somebody damaging, okay, nobody can see, nobody can assess what I am doing to this planet, or whatever amount, whatever extent he does the damage, he cannot simply be blind that the other world or the other method, other side, there is a wonderful technology to find out all these, illegal things, all these damages that is being done to this environment and earth. That is what I just want to share. Only a single point to these participants today. That is, there is a technology. Just to realize, just to remember, feel that there is some method, some way is there. Okay, so there may be lawyers here, there may be doctors, research scholars, many people. Some may be aware of this technology, and most of you might have seen. See, nowadays, this is a technology. Not that many people are not known. People of this country who are illiterates, mostly the cab drivers, auto drivers, they are all using Google. Just making their location, want to go to the location too. What is the path I can go, shortest path, and what is the time? How much I can charge? These are so many wonderful things are there, all associated with this technology only. That is, so it is a combination of sensing of Earth and producing wonderful resolution pictures of Earth is one part. Second part, handling, preparing so much of spatial data, integrating and doing a lot of analysis. Like I am telling, just I told, a report submitted by an organization saying so much extent of land only was damaged, but practically you check it through satellite data, you can tell how much it is. Or is just like my example, only 10 hectares he erected the solar panels, he writes in a report, see, feeling that nobody can measure my land, or if anybody comes to physically measure it, he can bribe them. But there is a technology, there is a source, you cannot bribe it. If that thing you produce, draw a polygon and it tells it is 50 hectares instead of 10 hectares, that is enough for a law, for a court to take action on that fellow. So that is what I am saying. These are things are available, and this GPS technologies, that means even today, for example, I can say, even in environment auditing department, what is the guarantee? After all, they are also human beings. What is the guarantee that they are working genuine? How many people are in that investigation, or that team? They can also give manipulated inputs, manipulated reports, accepting the reports. Yes, everything is done by this organization, is done excellent. He can give just by taking bribe. But there is a technology, even that guy has to remember. Suppose you say what the report produced, the 10 hectares is right, but it is not 10 hectares, it is 50 hectares, will be revealed by this technology. Then that fellow, this fellow, both can be caught. This is what I want to just convey you. I just give it to the participants, because this is a very big subject. But I am saying it was not used effectively, not used properly. Only the earlier reports to just show where the auditing was conducted. That means where a particular thing was there on the ground, a location map only, earlier days. Of course, that is also a map produced from this technology. It is good. But not only location map into the report. Nowadays, the geospatial technology outputs or satellite pictures outputs came in very, very effective in the, making these reports very powerful. So that is where the concerned people who are involved in auditing can utilize this technology, and the people also can question through this. The common man, like we can say, what is our role, sir? No, something what you feel you find in your neighborhood is a environmental damage, you bring it to the notice. First you check in the Google Earth or the Earth portal, Earth data with a little bit of awareness and knowledge. Then you can produce a wonderful pictures. Sir, before starting this industry, this area was so much green, so much good air, whatever it is, environment friendly. And now because of this is the result, sir. And that pictures from space will support you, will make the decision maker or the law or any court to take appropriate action against that. That is where common man also can have this knowledge and better utilize this. So like that means I can say indirectly, this is the ground reality. What is that the technology produces? What is there on the ground? That reality it will bring up. So it has got 100 to 100% reliability. If such reliable information is there in your hand, it is more powerful weapon than anything. and that will solve everyone's role. It will settle it. Whether the person who producing a report is submitting a right or wrong will be settled there. The person who is inspecting and giving a report like an auditor is doing his role correctly or not, that will be settled. And even anything want to prove, public also can cross-check and check, and then ultimately the same inputs can be, that is, these are called the, the scientific inputs. So nobody can manipulate it. So with this, I take leave from this with the 8:30. Thank you, Ravindra Garu. Maybe participants just to have any interaction or anything, I'm open for that.
Thank you, Jay Chandra Garu. We are running out of time, so we can take any queries now.
I can understand.
Because already sessions are scheduled. No, we can have time. We can talk up to 3 hours, 5 hours, one day also.
Yes, please go ahead.
We have to plan it earlier. Only that is a restriction.
No, that's what I am saying. You need only either Professor Venkatreddy Garu or Raidu Garu or Jay Chandra or Ravindra Garu to give a full time to these people one day.
Definitely we'll plan in coming days. It is very much essential as an individual.
Please go ahead, sir. Please go ahead. Again, we start talking. Time will not stop for us. So thank you and thank all the participants. So every time I talk only this because I belong to this background, but it is connected technology. So thank you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jay Chandra Garu. So we have with us Dr. V.N. Raidu Garu. He is a freelance environmental advisory consultant, also former Deputy Director, Labs and Director ETI, TNPC Board. And he has more than 35 years in the experience in the field of coastal zone management, water and air pollution control, environmental management and training, and 35 years in the field of coastal, training also, coastal zone management training, and various water and air pollution control and various aspects. And he is also a trainer for pedagogy and andragogy, safety, health and environment, environmental risk assessment, environmental laboratory management systems. And he is also auditor for environmental testing labs. And he is also expert in environmental due diligence, EIA, EMS, ISO 14001, trainer and auditor, EIA and EDD expert. He is presently freelance environmental advisory consultant after his retirement. Welcome you, V.N. Raidu Garu. You can start your presentation on stages of environmental impact assessment.
Sir, thank you, sir. I am on my phone. This computer has bogged on. I am unable to present it. So can you please put my presentation there?
Yes, sir. Just give me a second. Friends, feedback form has been raised in the form of polls. While we are preparing for the presentation, we request everyone to quickly fill up the feedback form.
Raidivar, you can continue. Don't wait for your presentation.
I don't have it on my hand now.
No problem. So he will share his screen. Meantime, what is that you decided for today's your time? So
It's almost ready because
yeah, he is sharing. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, that's good. Good evening again. I'm back in the process. This is the stages of environmental impact assessment is a crucial thing that yesterday someone was asking me about the day before about the scoping and screening and etc. Can I have the next slide, please? This is the entire process of can I have a bigger one? The screening. This is the process. Actually, this is the process for the entire process. How they do it. The environmental impact assessment study. When you really do it on the I showed it in a flow chart. The first step is screening, then scoping, then the regulatory review is being done on the findings of the what is the scope that they have given any given project will have different aspects that have to be addressed on scoping. Can you go to the next slide? I'll run through these. Sir, can I have the next? The EIA process is designed to ensure the proposed projects are carefully evaluated for the potential environmental and social economical impacts, and appropriate measures are taken to mitigate or avoid any negative impacts. Venkat Reddy garu was talking about the railway lines and other things, bridge constructions along the west coast. There was a lot of devastation has happened, even though they have taken a lot of precautions to address the issues on ecological biodiversity there. Even then, after 2 decades of its coming into place, now they are seeing the impact. The impact is very greatly. It has to be addressed in a different platform altogether. That's the case now. The EIA process helps to promote sustainable development and protect the environment while ensuring the development projects are implemented responsibly and transparently. But the transparency is missing in most other cases. That is the main crux of the problem. Next slide, please. The entire environmental impact assessment has got some, these are the following stages it has to be done. First screening, then scoping, preparation of the EIA report. He has shown you some of the EIA reports that they have done by Venkat Reddy Garu. And our good friend Jay Chandra has shown you a tool by which you can assess the reality of that particular site by using these GIS techniques. They prepare the EIA reports. How these reports are being prepared, I'll tell you. They have to do the physical verification at the ground level. Say, for example, a leather industry is coming in a place, say, nearer to a river. They have to study whether this leather industry requires a lot of water. So most of these leather industries, they come nearer to the river courses, and they draw a lot of water. But these industries will not be allowed to establish on these areas because leather has got a lot of waste, solid waste, liquid waste, and processed waste. All these waste, again, they if they are not been properly treated and let out, these chemicals and other things can flow back into the river and contaminate the river. So these aspects, some of these aspects have been taken very seriously while doing the EIA of a particular project. What are the impacts that are going to impact this? What are the different levels of pollution that are going to cause due to the establishment of such an industry or such a activity? I was wondering to tell you that suppose we have a small village of 500 hutments, and you develop it into a huge gated community. When there were 500 units of the houses, we may be requiring about 2 to 3 acres of land. If you develop it into a say, for example, a big gated community, they may be occupying about 10 to 15 acres of land, and there will be huge number of people. If 500 people, if 500 houses, if you take even the 5% in that 500 into 2,500 people, the resources that are available there are sufficient to that particular group of people. But if you want to make a development there and make some 10-15 high-rise buildings, you can imagine some 2,500 people are, instead of 2,500 people, 2 lakh people are going there. What could happen to that place? These are the kind of issues that are to be addressed in a holistic manner. Not only the development should go along side by side with the resource availability, and resource mitigation and management should also be planned along with the development. Then we have the application and consultation, decision making, and post decision making. Next slide, please. What is screening? This is the initial stage of EIA, where the proposed project is evaluated to determine whether it requires a full EIA or not. Screening involves assessing the potential environmental impacts of the project based on factors such as the size, location, and nature of the project. I was just quoting a small example of this housing. Suppose I told you the resources that are required for 2,500 people extrapolated to 2 lakh people, you can understand what is the land requirement, what is the water requirement, what is the infrastructure development that is required to cater to these people to go in and go out, and what kind of other projects have to be involved here. All these things have to be taken into consideration. The scoping is the stage. It gives you the in this stage, it gives you the scope and objectives of the EIA are clearly defined. What is the scope? If you have this project, how much is going to be benefited economically, socially, and biologically? Is there any benefit of this project or not? And you have to define the objectives clearly. Because of the project, these are the benefits. These are the ills. These are the, there they do the ranking. How do they do ranking? Ranking is done on 1 to 5. Rank will be made. They do the questionnaire. They do the physical assessment. They go to the land. They assess the soil structures. They assess the forests are there, or endangered species are there, or plants are there, trees are there, forests are there. All these aspects have to be taken physically, and they have to collect at least 50 years data of that particular area, and then make a report of that. These are all the things that are being taken in scoping. And scoping involves identifying the project's potential environmental, social, economic impacts, and selecting the key issues that will be evaluated in the EA. This is the scoping. Scoping is very important, but even though it is a consultative project, they do only the physical verification by the proponent, not by the government or anyone. Based on that report, the government will scrutinize it. They go to the field, they check the place, whether the facts put forward are true to them, true to their reality or not. That will be checked, physically checked. Also, they will do the from the data that is available in the course of time in a particular area, and geospatial mapping, etc. They are using this scoping of that particular project. Next slide, please. How do they prepare a EIA report? This stage, it involves the preparation of a detailed report that describes the potential impacts of the project, evaluates the significance of these impacts, and recommends measures to mitigate or avoid any negative impacts. They generally give this, but most of the cases, as Reddy Garu said, some are defeated in the process of course of time. Say a project comes, a pharmaceutical industry has been established in Jidimetla. When they established, they have taken only some variables. But later on, after 20 years, we found that the disposal of the waste had become a major issue. Issues like this, they come up, unforeseen issues also come. That's why now the EIA has been taken into consideration. The risk assessment is also been involved into it, and the public participation is also involved into the EIA making. They have the EIA while they are preparing the report, they have to go in physically do the analysis for 10-kilometer radius of that particular site. They have to do soil analysis, they have to do the air analysis, they have to do water analysis, and they have to see what are the biological parameters that are going to be impacted. They do the flora fauna study, they do the what is the habitation that are in proximity to the proposed project site. All these things are studied in detail, and they have to prepare a report. The EIA report is typically prepared by environmental experts based on the data collected during field investigations and stakeholders consultations and other sources, other research papers and other things also they refer. They also refer to the site maps, the land use maps and other things are also been incorporated here. Next slide, please. Sir, next. These are the components they have to study in this EIA report. While they are preparing the EIA report, they have to study what is the water quality prevailing there. What is the water, at what depth the water is available? Is there any running river is there? If the river is there, what is the distance from the proposed project site to the river? If there is no river, if they have to go to dig bore wells and stuff like that, they have to check what is the water, at what depth the water is available, at what level the water can be yielded. All these things have to be taken into consideration, not only in the site, but also the entire 10-kilometer radius. They have to study this. Then they have to study the land use for the soil. Exactly, it should be soil, as Redigaru said. This is the land. Then what are the energy aspects? Whether they have any energy source there, or what is the energy source that they are going to contemplate? If they have to draw the what you call heavy electrical lines and all that, what is that impact? How that is going to impact? All these things have to be, whether they have got roadways, whether they have got railway ways to transport their raw materials as well as the finished product and all that. That also has to be taken into consideration. Then air, what is the prevailing air, that is air quality that is prevailing there in this 10-kilometer radius? What is people are breathing? Suppose today that place is pristine, and because of the industry, the industry may be using coal or something, some fossil fuels or something, and what they are going to emit, and how much they are going to emit out into the atmosphere, whether that atmosphere can assimilate this kind of air pollutants into itself. These are all the aspects they have to study. There are air models, they use it here, and water quality models, they use it here. Then they have to find out what is the noise. These are all called baseline studies. The baseline data is being collected. Then they, with their experience of such industry outside the proposed area, they interpolate those values into these areas and do the modeling. With the model, they find the predictions. Those predictions are also being considered here in the EIA reports. Then they have to study the biological parameters there. What is the flora fauna available there? Are there any endangered species? Are there any demarcated forest areas? Are there are any sensitive zones nearby in the 10-kilometer radius? If it is there, they don't allow the project to come up there. Then they have to see the socio-economic status of that place. Then they also have to do risk assessment due to the establishment of the proposed project. Next slide, please. Making an application and consultation. In this stage, environmental impact assessment, the report is submitted to the regulatory authority, and an application for the project approval is being made here. That is, in Form 1, they have a very specific, detailed questionnaire. It is that Form 1, and that has to be submitted. The regulatory authority will then review the EIA report and may seek additional information or clarifications as is required by them. Mostly when in this case, most of the time, the State Pollution Control Board or state local authority or the collectorate, they do an inspection on that site and find out whether these people, what they have given in the draft EIA report, are true or not. If they are not true, they reject the application then and there itself. There is a public consultation after, if it is been approved, then there is a public consultation and hearing process where stakeholders can provide feedback and comments on the project proposal and the EIA report. The EIA reports are made available to all the public. For they gave the summary on the websites of this industry as well as the collectorate, then pollution control boards, local authority, and others. they are made available. The hard copies are also made available at these centers. The people, mostly NGOs, are very actively take part in this public participation, and they go read them. They take the support of the experts in the field, and they come out with a lot of objections, or because of the project, some places there will be a lot of advantages. Those things are also being highlighted. Based on that, this public consultation, that is what is made mandatory now, and it has to be recorded. It has to be shot. They make the videography of that also now. Previously, they were only doing it in the public meeting, and then they were drafting the comments and other things, which was not up to the mark. So they have made it as a foolproof system, that they have to record the entire proceedings of that public hearing. Next, please. Sir, next. The decision making is the most important in this EIA. Based on the EIA report, application, and public consultation process, the regulatory authority will decide whether to approve, reject, or request modifications to the project proposals. I'll quote some examples here. There are a lot of cases in a lot of projects in the recent past. They have been rejected based on the public hearing. Public hearing proceedings, people have objected to the establishment of certain industry, and it has been viewed very seriously, and the proposed projects have been declined, rejected, rather at the Ministry of Environment, Forest, EIA committee, or the state level committee. And these people have gone to court of law. Court of law also said, now we have NGT. NGT said, you have to abide to the rule given by the EIA authority. These are certain places it happens. Due to the public hearing had become most important now, and it has got very good response in the recent past. The decision may be based on environmental, social, economic, and other factors, and compliance with relevant laws and regulations. The decision making is a crucial thing. The EIA authority can reject or approve the applicant's EIA report, or they'll ask them to do again a comprehensive study of 1 year or 2 years, and then come out with the impacts and other things. See the reality on the ground, and then only they give the environmental clearances. Next slide. Next slide, sir. This is the post decision. Once a decision has been made, the project can proceed with implementation subject to any conditions or requirements specified in the approval. They'll give some general conditions, and then they give in the environment clearance document. They give a lot of conditions. They have to fulfill, because the EMPs are prepared while doing the EIA, environment management plans. In coming 5 years, I'll do this. In next 5 years, I'll do this. Like this, they give the management plan. These management plans are to be adhered to very strictly, and they made it mandatory to follow all the conditions. If the conditions are deviated at any given stage, even at the construction stage of the project, they'll be rejected, and the project will be brought to a halt. That is the case by the post decision. In the post decision, the regulatory authority will typically monitor the project to ensure compliance with the approval conditions and any environmental management plans that have been developed. For all the even if they have not developed EMPs, then they make make sure that these proposed industry personnel or proposed project personnel will develop an EMP in a time scale. They have to give a time scale. They have to prepare what could be the mitigative measures that they are going to do. What kind of social responsibility that they are taking. Now this CSR had been made more mandatory and compulsory to all the industry and all the development projects. All the projects, even the road project has to be done. Then they have to do railway projects, have to wherever EIA has been implicated, they have to do all these EMPs. They have to give the environment management plans. In some cases, in road formation places, national highways, they'll be cutting away the trees. Now they ask the proponent to uproot the tree and place it somewhere else and grow it there. They never allow them to cut the trees now. The tree cutting has been stopped. They have to excavate it completely with the root. Then they have to place it in a different area suggested by the local authority. They have to nurture that. So that plant stands still till it grows properly and all that. They have to take care. The project proponents have to take care. This is some of the examples that I'm throwing for the benefit of the listeners. Next, please. I think this is the end of my story. I hope you all have good. If you have any queries or anything, please. The platform is open.
Yeah, thank you, Raidu garu. It was really very simple presentation. In fact, you gave a lot of information, but though it's very extensive, but you presented in a very simple manner so that anyone can easily understand what EIA is and what are the various steps involved. Of course, those who are interested can further take it up in detail. But the way you have presented is, for not only just for those who are working in environment field, but also for various other disciplines can also easily understand what EIA is and what are the steps involved, and what are the variables involved in this. Thank you, sir. Friends, if you have any queries, you can raise your hand or you can use chat box. I think the session was so simple, so there is no scope for any queries.
Questioning.
Yeah, it is very well understood. So few appreciation messages are coming, but I don't see any query as such.
This EIA process as such is a big major issue all over the world. People are taking it, previously it was not taken very seriously, but now people are, the awareness levels of the general public is very high due to the availability of this net and other Google. Because of Google, there is a lot of information being dumped at various places and people can read a lot of research papers also on the net. So people awareness has increased manifold. Previously, during my regime in 90s and 94 and all that, people were not aware of anything. They were not aware of the rule also. Now people know what is law, how it can be implemented, how it can be made more applicable to the society at large, and get the benefit out of this EIA and all that. All the people have all over the world, even in Papua New Guinea. I have read one paper yesterday that they are doing enormous work. 2005, they have come out with the legislation there for implementation of any project they take up. they have to do EIA. That is a compulsion that they made. Even in Africa, that in developing countries, mostly in developing countries, this has been taken on the Butland's notification of sustainable development. The sustainable development has become the key aspect in the field of environment to address all the issues and then make it more viable for the developmental projects. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir, for your wonderful session, and we wish you all the success and look forward for more sessions in future. Thank you for joining.
Thank you, sir.
Friends, you can quickly fill up the feedback form. It is still active, but we see many are not filling it up. I don't know what's the reason. Maybe you have not observed because continuously the sessions are going on. So that's why we have kept it open for almost, it is open for 50 minutes. Okay, then after these wonderful sessions, hope everyone has enjoyed. And, because this is basically focused on biodiversity. So we are having more sessions, particularly in biodiversity. And this is a multidisciplinary platform. So it is very important. Environment is related to everyone, each one of us. From the moment we take birth, the mother womb environment is also impacted by the external environment. The moment we take birth, again, we need to adjust to our environment. Otherwise, there are a lot of implications involved. Similarly, even after we die also, we need to get decomposed into the same environment from which we have come. So that's why we need to take care of our environment. Otherwise, we have to face a lot of consequences that we are going through. Today, a lot of development projects involves, violation of various things, but our population is growing, our demands are growing, and we are somewhere compelled to forcefully exploit the nature and natural resources and planet. But nature has its own course of its control. But, we always like to restrain ourselves or control ourselves. We don't want someone to control us or restrict us. But we have gone beyond that, and we gone beyond everything, all the limits now. The things that are happening are seriously alarming. We are not able to recognize the intensity, but it is even the UN, United Nations, has declared this decade as, decade of restoration. So if this decade by 2030, if we don't take considerable actions, then beyond that, it will be beyond restoration. So we'll not be able to do anything. And whatever we do will be lagging behind. And it will be out of our hands, and nature will take course, its own action, whether to choose among the species. So let's not force the nature to decide whether humans have to exist or not. Nature has always decided. When, dinosaurs also exploited and finally they end up destroying. So it has to take a course of action. And recent pandemic also, because of it's a purely human disaster, COVID-19, where we started consuming these wild animals, and through zoonotic diseases, the disease spread to humans and it spread across the world and kept us bounded to the four walls. And we have seen what has happened. So we never can control the nature nor the environment. Only way for us is to live in harmony, live in peace, live in coexistence with the nature and environment. Nature has given much to us and it will give us, but at the same time we need to be conscious about the various happenings that are happening around us. As we have seen, in fact, a lot of reports are there which are so much laying emphasis on the kind of vulnerability that has increased and the risks that are being posed to us. But still we are very negligent towards, we are still using a lot of plastic. Even the government has banned a lot of single-use plastic and no manufacturing is permitted. But still we are using, everywhere we go out, we see plastic is used everywhere. And daily, and we use these ballpoint pens, which are just use and throw. How much plastic is generated? We can go to alternative pens like the good old fountain pens, where ink is used. And that ink also we can go with eco-friendly ink so that it does not pollute. But anyway, that is becoming more and more irrelevant today because we are more using gadgets. And slowly the examinations and other parts are also becoming online. So, but still a considerable, small step can always bring a lot of change. If not, nature has to take its own course of action. And again, we'll continue to face consequences. Today we are seeing in summer season, we are getting rains like rainy season. And we are seeing temperatures, we cannot stay inside and be without any air conditioning that is happening, whether it may be air coolers or air conditioners. And just imagine outside how many people who are not able to afford, they are also paying the same price, but they are even paying more because of their non-availability of resources. And especially farmers, they are paying the highest price than any others. And living human beings, other species are paying much greater cost, even at the cost of their lives, for the destruction, devastation that is happening. So let's, take time to go through various reports. Like we can also do as a social worker or as a psychologist, as any discipline professional. We can study about these reports and we can also adapt, and accordingly we can suggest and we can go ahead, plan our projects, which will help us, as rightly said by our speakers, Dr. Reddy Garu and Raidu Garu and also Jayachandra Garu. It is very much important. We all need to be working in a trans-disciplinary environment or multidisciplinary environment where we have to work together, because environment is for everyone and environment impacts everyone on the planet. So unless and until we develop this consciousness That's why our beautiful concept of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, where all plants, animals, flora, fauna, no insects, everyone is treated. The great, concept of Sanatana Dharma. That is where the world can be only saved by these two. One is Sanatana Dharma and other is Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. No other philosophy, no other theory, no other system can save this planet, because these two have given us, these two has saved planet since millions and billions of years. Because one, it says that we all are one, so every species needs to be taken care and we need to coexist in harmony. And at the same time, is Sanatana Dharma, which says, no, all the rights and duties are same for everyone, whether it may be an animal, it's a plant. Right to life is for everyone, not only just for human beings. Right to life is for animals, right to life is for plants, right to life is for all the species. So such beautiful concepts, when we are deviating, we are not able to understand these two concepts or these two theories, whatever we call, in whatever terminology we use. When we are deviating from these both, we are moving towards destruction, disasters, devastation. So it is high time that we recognize, acknowledge, and we need to work on this. So we'll move on with our next session. We have with us Professor Dr. Vidyanath Jha. He is retired professor of botany and also was principal of MLSM College, Darbhanga, which is a constituent college of Ellen Mithila University, Darbhanga, Bihar. And he has undertaken various research projects and awarded UGC, INSA and DST research projects. And he has various visiting fellowships and awarded visiting fellowships, associateship of INSA, UGC, CSIR. And he is very well known for his work done in Makana in relation to economic development of Bihar. And he is also member of editorial board, Biojournal, Bioglobia, Annals of Plant Sciences. He has published over 150 research papers and over 200 popular articles. And he has fellowship in various prestigious societies like Indian Botanical Society, Society of Ethnobotanist, International Society of Tropical Ecology, and Society of Life Sciences, Association for Advancement of Biodiversity Science. And he has various other credits to his academic profile. So we welcome you, Professor Dr. Vidyanath Jha, for your session on Makana, a significant nutraceutical. Over to you.
Yes, yes. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for providing me this opportunity. Yes, please start. Today is the Biodiversity Day, International Day, so I thought it proper to approach the organizers to provide me an opportunity for the same, and they did it. The topic of my presentation is Makhana, a significant nutraceutical. I think Makhana has emerged more so during COVID times, with Prime Minister himself speaking more than once about the significant properties, immuno-boosting properties of Makhana, and that way, very recently, GI tagging has also been done. GI tagging has also been done, and we have a research center for Makhana under ICAR set up at Darbhanga, and recently it has again been upgraded to the national status that was with it earlier also. Very recently it has been upgraded, and the mandate has been, earlier it was Makhana only, but now other aquatic plants also have been brought under its purview. And so next. Just see, this is the edible pop of Makhana as sold in the market. Normally, people who have not seen its plants with their own eyes, they mistake it as a product of lotus, but that is not so. I will show you. So these are the edible pops. Ural ferox in field condition, you see how the plant looks like. It has got a very frightening appearance. So its botanical name is Ural ferox, based on the Greek goddess of this name in the Greek mythology, Ural. Its closely allied genus is Victoria, that has got upturned margins. In Makhana, that is Ural, we have upturned margins in the beginning, in the initial stage of the leaf, and then it falls flat. In young stage, it shows like this. Just see lesser whistling teal flocking over mature Makhana leaves. Just to see the photograph of June month. See, just they come in search of coolness there. Just see Makhana is significant component of Mithila culture during marital rituals. The Makhana is essential in other rituals also. It is essential. Next one. Just see Makhana is significant component of Mithila culture. One cannot think of Kojagra festival on Ashwin Purnima month without Makhana. It is distributed to the kith and kin, to all the villagers, which is a practice associated with it. It is necessary for a bride's parents to send the same to the groom's parents, groom's place. So it is distributed. So it has got some association with the fertility also. This is being looked into, experimentally looked into. Next one. The monotropic genus has a discontinuous distribution in freshwater pools of northern India, northwest temperate lakes of Kashmir, and northeast Himalayas, and states like Bihar, Assam, Odisha, West Bengal, including Bangladesh, Tripura, Manipur, etc. Next one. Just see, we have some publications on Makhana from ICAR. Next one. Just see, Professor Nama Goren Inbar of the Institute of Archaeology, Hebrew University of Jerusalem, Israel, made a visit to Darbhanga in September 2011 to know the details of the cultivation and utilization processes of Gorgon nut. Her visit was in light of the fossils of 2 aquatic nuts, including Makhana and Singhara, along with 5 other terrestrial nuts having been discovered from the Etrurian site of Jesher Benot Yaakov, along with hammers and anvils dating back to the early Middle Pleistocene. I had an occasion to show her how it is cultivated, how it is used. So all the details she had from there. Next one. Just see one single plant of Ural ferox having 7 mature, 2 decaying, and 1 unfolding leaf. Now this is the situation. If allowed unhindered space, it has a habit like this, but this is not the ideal situation. Next. Just see again, figure shows the mature Ural ferox plant in a condition with altogether 13 leaves at a time of which 1 is unfolding and 2 are in the stage of decay, while the rest 10 leaves are mature stages, and the plant showing the underground portions of rhizome, roots, submerged petioles, and pedicels having flowers and fruit. Next one. Just see, the majority of the people, they consider it to be the product of lotus, but lotus is a separate plant and Ural is a separate plant. Next one. Just see distribution of Makhana in India and abroad. We have its distribution in India, starting from Kashmir in the west to this Manipur in the east. But its cultivation is localized in about 10 districts of North Bihar, that is called Mithilanchal. Next one. Next one. Why is Makhana so important? It has unique biology. It has great food value, nutritional significance, therapeutic importance, and it transforms the curse of waterlogging into a lucrative business. Biotechnical significance it has, industrial significance it has. It also is effective in drug delivery system, permits symbiotic growth of certain fishes, and enriches soil for other crops, including barley, wheat, lentil, gram, etc. It addresses social issues, and it deals with religious and cultural rituals, oblations from birth to death. Just see, just for comparison, I have cited the example of Pomelina, which has got two types of flowers, Desmogamous and Clistogamous. Similarly, in the case of Makhana also, Urel also, next one, we have two types of flowers, both Desmogamous and Clistogamous. Desmogamous comes above the surface, and Clistogamous remains inside the water. Now it has got three sepals. It has got three sepals as well as four sepals. Next one. So it is a eudicot. The family is a eudicot, and it has got evolutionary significance. Next one. Just see a mature fruit of Urelphoros, how it looks like. Both the types of flowers develop into fruits that dehisce to release related seeds. The aril flattens after floating for a few days on the water surface, lose color, and thus facilitate the seeds and the seed facilitate the seeds to settle to the bottom. Next one. Just see how irrelated seeds are floating over the water surface just after release. So it remains in this condition for 3 to 4 days, and then again settles down to the bottom. And from there, the harvest is made. Next one. Just see seeds after flattening of air. Next one. Just see the fruit of Makhana after removal of fruit core. Just see the seeds are embedded, related seeds are embedded inside the placenta, and the fruit cover that is also spiny has been taken out. And this also is full of nutrients. So all attempts should be made to utilize all the parts because nothing except seed is taken out of the system. All other parts they get destroyed. And just see ethnic significance of Makhana. Just see how the sacred thread, the starch of Makhana is used in thickening it. Just see the process. Next one. Here, culinary preparations of Makhana. Various types of preparations are made from Makhana, both traditionally as well as in modern time. Just see in Manipur, a cuisine, iromba is made from the fruits collected from Loktak and other lakes of Manipur. Next one. Just see how this iromba or chutney that is being made of Makhana seeds. There, all vegetable parts are used there, but no pulp is made there. So there is a need to exchange the process of utilization between our North Bihar and the Manipur and even other places. Next one. Just see Makhana cultivation. Next one. Yes. Methods of Makhana production. It is done under a stagnant water system. Just see bamboo appliance called auka used for Makhana harvest. In big ponds and tanks, it is cultivated, and there at least 2 to 3 persons are hired. They utilize the bamboo appliance to make the harvest. But these days, the situation has changed, and it has now become a climate resilient crop, and even under 2 to 3 feet deep water, Makhana is being cultivated. Earlier, it was not the practice. Next one. Just see, the increase in collection is due to the fact that the collection of seed decreases as the harvesting time increases. So, in the beginning, too much of seeds are taken out. Gradually, the amount decreases, and that's the case. Next one. Just see, it has varied usage for its non-feed parts. In the eastern state of Manipur, its pulps are obtained through a cumbersome process of cultivation, harvest, and further processing by the fishing community in Mithila area of North Bihar. And those who have not seen its plants mistake it as a product of lotus, Nelambo nucifera. Makhana is an integral component of the medical ritual that is called Kojagra in this region. I have already shown you the figure. Next one. Yes. Next to Makhana region, it is the lower Assam Hills where its semi-wild Nikhori guti is available. The Assamese fishermen confine themselves only to fishing. Harvest of Makhana seeds from the pond bottom is a very arduous task. This involves sweeping the floor by holding deep breeds inside water. Bamboo appliances called auka and ganj are utilized for transporting ashore the collected seeds. Mithila fishermen, mostly belonging to the Banpad subcaste, have this expertise and therefore hired for harvesting the seeds in Assam Hills and other states. Lakes in Kashmir Valley have been the sites of Juwar Kashmiri vernacular of Makhana over centuries, but it is now on way to extinction. In these lakes, heavy electronoous deposits on lake beds suppress germination of its seeds at the lake bottom. Conservationists in the state, led by Professor Abdul Majid Kak, have made a fervent appeal to save the species from getting totally extinct in the temperate lakes of Kashmir. That is the situation there. Next one. Just see, seeds collected from pond bottom along with the bamboo appliance called ganch. This is a photograph from Purnia. Next. Just see, a vine used in making harvest appliance made of local bamboo species. Next one. Just see, Makhana harvest and processing. Just see next one. How it is done. Just see, the fishermen, male members from fishing community, they have to make virtual dives. They have to sweep the floor with the help of broom, and that is done. And just see, after taking out the seeds, the fishermen, they just press it with their feet to separate the edle part, flattened edle part. Just see, processing of seeds of Hydrophorus for popping. The seeds are graded into various types. Then post-harvest operations, Makhana seed, fresh out of pond, then drying them in sun, grading as per size of the seed, then first roasting, then kept at room temperature for 2 to 3 days, then second roasting till 10 to 15% moisture is left. Next one. Breaking of the seed coat by thapi, a wooden hammer, then grading of the popped Makhana lava, then packaging and marketing of the lava in different size bags. Next one. Just see popping process, how it is done. It is being done manually, entire post-production process. Next one. Just see, but these days, ICAR has made scientific intervention, and the Makhana popping machine, which is now 100% perfect, produces best quality of pops, has been designed and it is under operation. Just popping at Harda village. Earlier, how it was done earlier. Next one. The next one. Next one. Good quality. Pops, usable forms of Makhana. These are the various usable forms. Next one. Just see, Makhana-based integrated aquaculture. It is there. Now we have the mandate to for the success of Blue Revolution in the country. So Makhana ponds, they are ideal reservoirs for air-breathing fishes, tengi, mangur, kawai, etc. But nowadays, spaces are being left open either in the middle or on the side, and even culture fishes, they are being grown, integrated under the process of Makhana cultivation. Next one. Just see, detritive horus air-breathing fishes being integrated with carp fishes. Yes, next one. Just see, this is one pond, single pond, and the photographs had to be taken from two sides. Just here also, sufficient open space has been left in the middle of the pond to facilitate integrated aquaculture. Yes. Yes. Nutritional properties. Yes. And nutritional properties, Makhana has got 10 to 12% protein, best quality protein. It has got very high essential amino acid index of around 90, comparable to fish and mutton, and it is almost fatless, and it has got a number of mineral contents. So that way, it could several nutri-bars, Asian capsules, herbal suppository. These have been developed from Makhana in different countries. These are in nutraceutical formulations. Next one. Yes, Makhana, the property of floatability of Makhana seed powder has been exploited as an effective drug delivery agent. Makhana powder, obtained after crushing its pops, keeps on floating over the water surface and mixes only after continued stirring. This property of Hydrophorus has been involved in developing a drug delivery system. Based on this concept, a recent work has led to the development of non-effervescent floating matrix tablet with E-feroxy. Next one. Just see, a number of other patents have been granted on different properties of Makhana. Next one. Yes, at scientific level, spineless form of Hydrophorus has been recently developed in China. Drug potentials have been found in its hard seed food that is simply burnt as fuel. Resistant starch developed from its edible seed has implications at medicinal level. Then we have a number of insect and fungal associations, and just see fungal blight. Next one. Prominent fungal galls develop on Hydrophorus leaves from middle of May onwards. Next one. Just see, erythema is there, hypertrophied portion is there. Next one. The spore balls in the microscopic field, then single spore ball, how it shows. Next one. Plant is attacked while in pond by at least 3 major insect pests. They are aphids, caseworms, root borers. Next one. Yes. Next one. Yes. These are the several Rhopalocyphum nymphi, Ilophila chrysonalis, Ganosia delecerti, Lea litruata, Galerucella birmanica, Frankliniella intensa, Chironomus. These are the various insects that remain associated in pond, and the kernel also is attacked by a number of storage insects and fungi. That's what. The Bihar Agriculture University is a major center of Makhana research under Bihar Agriculture University, Bhola Paswan Shastri Agriculture College at Purnia. Next one. Then we have Center for Research at Darbhanga, Makhana Research. Recently, it has been upgraded to national status. Two varieties, Swarn Vaidehi and Sabor Makhana 1, they have been developed by Sabor Agriculture University. Next one. Just Katihar Makhana growers upbeat as prices stabilize after big slump. मखाना अनुसंधान केंद्र को मिल सकता है राष्ट्रीय दर्जा. Now it has been done. Yes, डायबिटीज रोग मरीजों के लिए मखाना लाभकारी. HbAc, a compound has been anti-diabetic compound has been derived from makhana powder. Next one, pops. मखाना से कई गुना बढ़ सकती है आमदनी. Tissue culture has been successfully done in the case of makhana also, and the mandate today is to increase its cultivation area, production and productivity. So plants are required in large numbers. So recently, successfully, tissue culture experiments have been done, and in future, the scope of supplying makhana plants to the new areas can be achieved. Next one. Just see, avenues ahead. There is a need to find out ways of utilization of the young plantlets, which are simply discarded, to facilitate the full growth of a limited number of plants. Now, in this stage, which makhana plants are to be simply discarded, this stage could be put to use. A number of secondary metabolites are there, phenolics, etc., etc. So we can derive, we can make a number of items from here. Next one, sir. Yes, just see here. We have two types of in big hotels. Only the pop is key, that is dessert is prepared with the intact makhana pops. But in our area, this is just see how the makhana kheer, that is dessert, is made. A number of other items, they are also being made by the new entrepreneurs. Next one. Just see this I want to show. Just see. This is a makhana pond where makhana, right now makhana is not there. Some problem was there with its settlement, and the makhana growers also experienced some problems. So they left the pond as such, and we have India is rich in its biodiversity, aquatic biodiversity. Just to see, now this pond is full of lotus. Lotus was there. Lotus is a it has got a long period of dormancy. So it was there in this pond. So when makhana is not there, it has sprung up. So even last year, makhana was there in this pond, but today, in May 22, this lotus has come up. So this is the case. Just see, nowadays, on account of diminishing rainfall in Bihar also, people are now taking the report of developing, growing it in edible plots. Now this edible plot in Purnia district, we took this photograph a few days back. Next one. Just see. Darbhanga airport पर मिलेंगे मखाना के 22 प्रकार के व्यंजन. Now we have airport also. It is on the aviation map. So entrepreneurs, innovators, they are trying all possible ways to bring diversity to its cultivation, to its usage, to its utility. So all these efforts are being made, and I think makhana, which emerged as a superfood, we can call it superfood. Nowadays, it is being tipped as superfood. It is almost fatless. So in affluent countries where the people are suffering from the problem of obesity, it is in high demand. So it is a future food, future superfood. So all efforts are being made. The government is now providing subsidy to the makhana growers to the tune of 75%. 6 districts of the state, they have been selected under ODOP scheme. That is one district, one product scheme. 11 districts of the state, they have been brought under the purview of providing subsidy to the makhana farmers. So even outside Bihar, Dhamtari district in Chhattisgarh, there KVK is growing makhana. So it is being popularized, but slowly it is being popularized in all other states where waterlogging is there, but no makhana cultivation is there right now. So we hope that makhana would be getting more popular in the coming days, and it would be recognized as a support force. So thank you, thank you, thank you. Yes, thank you. I have finished my publication,
Thank you, Professor.
finished my presentation.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Vidyanath. It
Yes, yes. Yes.
was very insightful. Even as you rightly pointed out, many had this, confusion whether it is a lotus flower. Even in supermarkets and other hypermarkets, it is labeled as lotus seeds only.
Yes, yes, yes. That's the thing.
Yeah, so it is very much required that awareness is essential, because that amounts to misrepresentation of and various other legal obligations are also involved by misrepresenting the product that is being packaged and sold. So you have brought this aspect, and one query is there: can this be cultivated in pots like other plants?
Yes, it is cultivated in ponds with 4 to 5 feet water, stagnant water, and even in the river courses, when the current stagnates, that is a normal process. But nowadays there is diminishing rainfall, so now people are taking the recourse to cultivate it in arable plots. Arable plots. They have the facility of taking out water, taking in water. So even in the 2 to 3 feet deep water, now it is being cultivated. Now the only problem is that integrated aquaculture is not possible in that case. That is, integrated aquaculture is possible only in ponds. So that situation is not there in the arable plots. But makhana cultivation, makhana production is enhancing under the new dispensation, that is under arable plots, in arable plots. So that way its production is increasing. And women have got opportunity to operate in the process of cultivation. Earlier they were only in the process of popping business, but today under this plot system, they are helping in the process of transplantation also. So this crop is now being transplanted also on a very big scale. Now this is new development.
Thank you, Vidyanathji. One more query. Nowadays we are having this popular culture of terrace gardens, balcony gardens, because we are living in apartment, more of apartment culture. So can it be cultivated as part of a kitchen garden or a terrace?
No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. It is a macrophyte. As you have seen, big leathery leaves are there. They require sufficient space. I have shown you how one single plant can develop it up to 10 leaves. And what is the dimension of the leaf I have shown it to you. So it is simply impossible to grow it in kitchen garden. No, absolutely not. Absolutely not.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, you have very in detail shown the size of leaf.
Yes,
so
yes.
Definitely, I think it will take up entire terrace area if we have to grow.
But even I think all over India, there is possibility of starting makhana cultivation. From south, there is no report of its cultivation. And I think wherever there is water logging, a trial should be made. In North Bihar, even in Bihar, our Bihar also, in our own state, it is not being cultivated in Muzaffarpur district, Begusarai district, where water logging is there. So now the mandate is that at all places, wherever water logging is there, its cultivation should be started. And I think trial should be made in South India also. It would be possible that initially no much organic matter would be formed. So, but for achieving success in all over country, I think trial should be started.
Yes, sir. As you rightly said, it gives a lot of employment opportunities, especially women can be included, and it's highly nutritional. So
the only thing is its harvest is very cumbersome. And the traditional fishermen of our area of Darbhanga and Madhubani districts, they are hired for the arduous harvest process, even in other parts, eastern parts of Bihar. In Manipur, it's not, it is wild. In Assam, it is wild. In parts of West Bengal, it is cultivated. And for this, the fishing community of our place, that is hired. That is hired. They remain there for 3 to 4 months altogether, along with their whole family. So that is the case. So we have, the persons have to come forward. They have to be trained for the arduous harvest process and also for the arduous popping process. But a machine has been, intervention of machine has been there. A foolproof popping machine is now there. And now the businessmen, they are simply collecting the raw seeds and they are going to Sifet, Ludhiana, and there they are making the pops. So this intervention is also there. This type of things are also there. So traditional fishermen, they normally get scared as to how much default would be there how much problem would be there when the machine is adopted on a larger scale. So these are the social issues that are also there with this Makhana business.
Thank you, sir. Innovation is also required, like as you mentioned, we might, especially in far off places, it might be very difficult for employing because we might have limited trained people there, fishermen. So that can also be a constraint.
Yes, yes.
So thank you, sir. It was participants. If you have any queries, you can feel free to share in chat box, or you can raise your hand, or you can unmute yourself.
I would be glad to answer.
There is one response from Vinodini. We'll take note of it, sir, and we'll discuss with Agriculture University official for Makhana at South India in Hyderabad.
Yes, I would supply the plants. I can supply the seeds also.
Thank you, sir. You can, once if it is initiated, you can always contact us, ma'am, or even sir also directly, so that whatever technical assistance is required, sir is ready to help.
That would be provided.
Yes. There are few appreciation messages in the chat box. Yes, sir. You can share your contact number and email address, sir, in the chat box, so that, because a lot of experiments have to be done. As we have seen from your presentation, it is only restricted to few districts in Bihar, not even other northern areas.
31463352.
Yes, sir has shared his contact number.
Mail ID, Yes, I have shared my telephone number, WhatsApp number, and mail ID also.
Yeah, thank you, sir. So, ma'am, you can make a note of it. And you can also directly contact sir, or we are also there to help you in case if you need anything. You can always contact us. We'll try. We will connect you to the resource person. Thank you, sir. Once
Thank you,
again,
thank
a lot
Thank
of
you.
appreciation
Thank you.
messages are there. We request you to share your PPT to our email address. So, as this is very much required to promote, we will also share.
Yes, yes, you can do it. You can do it.
Thank you, sir. Wish you all the success, sir, and look forward for more sessions in future.
खाना बना हो जाता है अब इसको आप
Thank you, sir. Now,
Thank you. Thank you.
yeah. So, thank you, friends, for patiently listening and attending. This is very much interesting topic. Even I have seen many times, because I was a little bit aware of this, and in many supermarkets, I also seen it is labeled as lotus seeds. So this kind of awareness also needs to be brought, especially when we are consuming. So we'll move on to our next presentation. Do we have with us Sai Prashanti? You can raise your hand. Or Nagasrindevi. Okay, both are not available. You can't see your name, ma. If you are logged in with another name or other name, you can just text us in the chat box. So Virendra Kumarji. So we have our next session. This would be the last session by Sri Virendra Kumar M. Thakurji. He is assistant professor from Govind Ballabh Pant Institute of Engineering and Technology in Computer Science and Engineering Department. And he is also RTA resource person of Uttarakhand Information Commission, and he is also an advocate. We welcome you, sir, for your session on Biological Diversity Act 2002. Yeah, you can now unmute yourself, start your video and presentation.
Hello, am I audible, sir?
Yes, sir.
I am not able to start the video. Let me try again. I have disconnected and reconnected video. My video
Sir,
is
with
not,
your permission,
yeah.
we will take up a small paper. It will not take more than 5 to 10 minutes.
Okay, no problem.
Yeah, because she's a girl, so that.
Okay, no problem, sir.
Yeah, Prashanti, you can go ahead with your presentation, ma. can start your audio and video. Prashanti? Can you hear me, ma?
Hello, sir. Good evening. I'm here. Am I audible now?
Yes, ma. You can start your video also.
I'm just sharing that I'm trying to share the screen, but it's taking time. Sir.
It's okay. Okay, no problem.
Um, Sir, is it visible to you?
Yes, sir. Yes, ma. Can you just enlarge? I mean, make it full screen. I think you have to tilt your phone so that it will.
I'm doing now, sir.
Yeah.
Okay.
A little bit better.
Okay. Myself, Sai Prashanti, and Nagasrinidhi from Usmania University, Hyderabad, and I'm a student of microbiology. And my study is basically on effect of plastic on biodiversity. How the plastic is affected the health of the living organisms around us, especially the domestic animals. So biodiversity is considered as a variety of living organisms in the world. Nowadays, it is being affected by various anthropogenic activities. Plastic is a major component in the world now, which is a great threat to the living organisms in many ways. Animals consuming plastic along with the food is the biggest problem to the health of living organisms. It ultimately causes death of animals, which is a reason for loss of biodiversity. And the digestive system of the animals is being affected by this. This study shows how domesticated animals are being affected by plastic and its preventive measures. So, what are the microplastics? Microplastics are the small particles of the plastic, which are microscopic in nature. They enter into the ecosystem by plastic covers, bags, and other plastic materials which are used by us. If they enter into the organs of living organisms, it causes damage by growth retardation, hormonal imbalances, loss of appetite, oxidative stress, and so on. Especially they cause immunological problems. Biodiversity, it is being affected by various environmental factors such as microplastic particles. Plastic pollution is one of the reasons for loss of biodiversity. When a particular species is affected by the microplastic particles, they enter into the digestive tract of the animal because they consume the plastic, because the food is available nowadays in the form of in plastic bags only. So especially these plastic particles which affect the hunger capacity of the animals and the capacity of digestion of the animals, because recently that the scientists have studied this phenomenon in seabirds, that they observed that the birds are losing their hunger, and because of that fact they are dying. So it is a major effect on the biodiversity. So domestic animals are more prone to consuming plastic as they stay near to the humans. They consume plastic and finally it gets accumulated in the digestive tract, leads to the loss of appetite, and finally it leads to starvation. It leads to the death of animals, which affects the ecosystem because if any of the species became extinct, it affects the ecosystem where that organism lives. These plastic particles also enter into the milk, meat of farm animals, which is a threat to human health. So observation is done in the rural areas focused on domestic animals. Consumption of plastic is one of the reason of the death of animals. We observed some animals which are consuming plastic along with the food. And finally, we observed that in recent years, the population of cows, dogs, and others also affected by this consumption of plastic. Prevention, we must stop consuming plastic. Instead of plastic, we can use other alternative measures like paper bags and all. Keep plastic materials away from animals. Prevent plastic pollution in the ecosystem like rivers and lakes. We must not throw the plastic materials in the rivers and any other open areas in the surrounding environment because it may lead to the consumption of plastic by the surrounding domestic animals. Plastic waste should be discarded in specific areas only. We must keep some areas where the plastic waste should be discarded. In that particular area only, we must discard the plastic. Otherwise, it may affect the health of animals because animals will consume that. And I say thank you for giving me this wonderful opportunity to present my small research paper. Thank you so much.
Congratulations, Prashanti. You can improve your presentation by adding few statistics and scientific, evidence along with your presentation. And complete your formalities, if not completed at the earliest. You can go through the instructions on the website.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. So you can stop your sharing. We wish you all the success for your future endeavors.
Thank you so much.
So after this, we'll go back to our presentation by Virendra Kumarji. He would be presenting on Biological Diversity Act 2022. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Good evening to all. Today on this day of World Biodiversity Day, we shall see very important legal provision in India, that is Biological Diversity Act 2002. It's a special law that is dedicated to preserving biological diversity. So already so many speakers have presented about the importance of biodiversity to the human life and to the environment. Yesterday also some legal provisions were covered by an eminent speaker in his presentation. Today we shall see the BEAR Act as passed by the Parliament of India. So we shall see firstly the important provisions of this. So Biological Diversity Act 2002 of India is a significant piece of legislation that aims to conserve and manage India's biological diversity. Some of the important provisions of the act are the establishment of National Biodiversity Authority, this is called NBA, to regulate access to biological resources and associated traditional knowledge. Secondly, the creation of state biodiversity boards. These are at all state level to identify and conserve the biodiversity within their respective states. So there is authority at national level as well as at state level. The requirement for obtaining prior permission from the NBA before accessing any biological resources or associated traditional knowledge. So the functions of this biodiversity authority are given. the recognition of the rights of local communities and indigenous people over their traditional knowledge and biological resources. So these rights have also been protected, recognized and protected in this act. The establishment of biodiversity management committee at the local level to promote conservation and sustainable use of biodiversity. So these biodiversity management committees, there is a special chapter for this also. The prohibition of transferring any biological resource outside India without obtaining the approval of the NVA. So this is strictly prohibited, and without approval of NVA, they can't be transferred outside India. So these provisions of the Act are aimed at promoting sustainable development, protecting India's natural resources, and ensuring that local communities benefit from the sustainable use of biodiversity. This Act is organized into 12 chapters and 65 sections. I will just skip this skip. We shall directly go to the provisions of this. We have already seen the important provision. So let us see how these provisions are arranged. The preamble says, an act to provide for conservation of biological diversity, sustainable use of its components, and fair and equitable sharing of the benefits arising out of the use of biological resources, knowledge, and for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. It came into effect from 5th February 2003. Whereas India is rich in biological diversity and associated traditional and contemporary knowledge system relating thereto, and whereas India is a party to the United Nations Convention on Biological Diversity signed at Rio de Janeiro on the 5th day of June 1992, that is the World Environment Day, and whereas the said convention came into force on the 29th December 1993, and whereas the said convention reaffirms the sovereign rights of the state over their biological resources, and whereas the said convention has the main objective of conservation of biological diversity, sustainable use of its components, and fair and equitable sharing of the benefits arising out of utilization of genetic resources, and whereas it is considered necessary to provide for conservation, sustainable utilization, and equitable sharing of the benefits arising out of utilization of genetic resources, and also to give effect to the said convention been enacted by Parliament in the 53rd year of the Republic of India as follows. So this is the preamble of that. Now it is called as the Biological Diversity Act 2002. It came into effect. Different sections came into effect on different days. So some sections came into effect on 1st October 2003, while some other sections came into effect on 1st July 2004. It shall provided that important dates may be different dates may be appointed for different provisions of that, and the reference to in any such provision to the commencement of that shall be construed as a reference to the coming into force of that provision. Then some definitions are given in section 2. Firstly, definition is that of benefit claimer. It means the conservers of biological resources, their byproducts, creators, and holders of knowledge and information relating to the use of such biological resources, innovations, and practices associated with such use and application. Then biological diversity means the variability among living organisms from all sources, and the ecological complexes of which they are part, and include diversity within species and between species and of ecosystem. Biological resources means plants, animals, so it includes both types of resources, plants as well as animals, and microorganisms or parts thereof, their genetic material and byproducts, excluding value-added products with actual or potential use or value, but does not include human genetic material. Then another important definition is biosurvey and bioutilization. It means survey or collection of species, subspecies, genes, components, and extracts of biological resources for any purpose, and includes characterization, inventorization, and bioassay. The chairperson is the chairperson of the National Biodiversity Authority, or as the case may be of the State Biodiversity Board. Commercial utilization means end uses of biological resources for commercial utilization such as drugs, industrial enzymes, food flavor, fragrance, cosmetics, emulsifiers, oleoresins, color, extract, and genes used for improving crops and livestock through genetic intervention, but does not include conventional breeding or traditional practices in use in any agriculture, horticulture, poultry, dairy farming, animal husbandry, or beekeeping. Then fair and equitable benefit sharing and sharing of benefits as determined by the National Biodiversity Authority under Section 21. Local bodies there is the third tier of government. So it means panchayats and municipalities by whatever name called within the meaning of clause 1 of Article 243B and clause 1 of Article 243Q of the Constitution. And in the absence of the panchayats and municipalities, institutions of self-government constituted under any other provisions of the Constitution or any central act or state act. The local bodies were added in the Constitution by 74, the amendment of the Constitution. Member means a member of the National Biodiversity Authority or a state biodiversity board and include the chairperson. The National Biodiversity Authority means the National Biodiversity Authority established under Section 8. Prescribed means prescribed by rules made under this Act. And regulations means regulations made under this Act. Research means study or systematic investigation of any biological resource or technological application that uses biological systems, living organisms or derivatives thereof to make or modify products or processes for any use. And State Biodiversity Board means the State Biodiversity Board established under Section 22. A sustainable use means the use of components of biological diversity in such manner and at such rate that does not lead to the long-term decline of the biological diversity, thereby maintaining its potential to meet the needs and aspirations of present and future generations. And value-added products means products which may contain portions or extracts of plants and animals in unrecognizable and physically inseparable form. These are called value-added products. Now we come to chapter 2. So regulation and access to biological diversity. So there are certain types of declarations that are made in here. Certain persons not to undertake biodiversity related activities without approval of National Biodiversity Authority. So that is established by central government and it has been given exclusive rights in this respect. So no person referred to in subsection 2 shall, without previous approval of the National Biodiversity Authority, obtain any biological resource occurring in India or knowledge associated thereto for research or for commercial utilization or for biosurvey and bioutilization. So this is a new provision and these powers have been given to NBA. Then the persons who shall be required to take the approval of the National Biodiversity Authority under subsection 1 are the following, namely a person who is not a citizen of India. Secondly, a citizen of India who is a non-resident as defined in clause 30 of section 2 of the Income Tax Act 1961. A body, corporate, association or organization not incorporated or registered in India or incorporated or registered in India under any law for the time being in force which has any non-Indian participation in its share capital or management. So these are some of the mainly restrictions on foreigners. Now results of research not to be transferred to certain persons without approval of National Biodiversity Authority. So no person shall, without the previous approval of the National Biodiversity Authority, transfer the results of any research related to any biological resources occurring in or obtained from India for monetary consideration or otherwise to any person who is not a citizen of India or citizen of India who is non-resident, as defined in clause 30 of section 2 of the Income Tax Act 1961, or a body, corporate or organization which is not registered or incorporated in India or which has any non-Indian participation in its share capital or management. And for the purposes of this section, transfer does not include publication of research paper or dissemination of knowledge in any seminar or workshop if such publication is as per the guidelines issued by the central government. So transfer here mainly relates to we can say technology transfer of biotechnology. Section 3 and 4 not to apply to certain collaborative research projects. So the provisions of section 3 and 4 shall not apply to collaborative research projects involving transfer or exchange of biological resources or information relating thereto between institutions, including government-sponsored institutions of India and such institutions in other countries, if such collaborative research projects satisfy the conditions specified in subsection 3. The timing of this act is very important. That is after completion of Human Genome Project that was completed in 2000, where India was also one of the participants among, say, about 50 nationalities. This act was passed immediately after 2 years. And if Indian government is a party, then it does not apply to such collaborative research projects. All collaborative research projects other than those referred to in subsection 1, which are based on agreements concluded before the commencement of this act and in force shall, to the extent the provisions of agreement are inconsistent with the provisions of this act or any guidelines issued under clause A of subsection 3 be void. And for the purposes of subsection 1, collaborative research projects shall conform to the policy guidelines issued by the central government in this behalf and be approved by the central government. Section 6 is application for intellectual property rights not to be made without approval of National Biodiversity Authority. That means if somebody wants to say, patent or they take any type of IPR, so no person shall apply for any intellectual property right by whatever name called in or outside India for any invention based on any research or information on a biological resource obtained from India without obtaining the previous approval of the National Biodiversity Authority before making such application. So these are some research, say restrictions on research as well as for say IPR. Provided that if a person applies for a patent, permission of the National Biodiversity Authority may be obtained after the acceptance of the patent, but before the sealing of the patent by the patent authority concerned. That is why there is provisional application, then there is final grant of patent, which that the permission of NBA shall be obtained. Provided further that the National Biodiversity Authority shall dispose of the application of for permission made to it within a period of 90 days from the date of reaching there. That is within 3 months it shall dispose of such request. The NBA may, while granting the approval under this section, impose benefit sharing fee or royalty or both, or impose conditions, including the sharing of financial benefits arising out of the commercial utilization of such rights, because the Indian biodiversity was used in such research. The provisions of this section shall not apply to any person making an application for any right under any law related to protection of plant varieties enacted by Parliament, because for that we have separate IPR law that is applicable to say plant varieties as well as the Farmers' Rights Act of 2001. So that is because India is a member of WIPO, World Intellectual Property Organization, and also a signatory to TRIPS, Trade-Related Intellectual Property Rights. So we have separate act in India related to plant varieties. So that doesn't apply to this because there is a separate special act for that. Where any right is granted under law referred to in subsection 3, the concerned authority granting such right shall endorse a copy of the document granting the right to the National Biodiversity Law. That is, whether it is patent office or any other IPR office that would forward copy to NBA. Then prior intimation to State Biodiversity Board for obtaining biological resource for certain purposes. So no person who is a citizen of India or a body corporate, association or organization which is registered in India shall obtain any biological resource for commercial utilization or biosurvey and bio-utilization for these have already been defined under section 2 as we have seen earlier. For commercial utilization except after giving prior intimation to the State Biodiversity Board concerned. So at state level there are different state biodiversity boards in all states. Provided that the provisions of this section shall not apply to the local people and communities of the area, including growers and cultivators of biodiversity, and Waids and Hakims, that is the, we can say, traditional medical practitioners who are practicing in Indian medicine, who have been practicing indigenous medicine. Then we come to chapter 3. There is National Biodiversity Authority has been established in India by the central government. So with effect from such date as the central government may by notification of the official gazette appoint, there shall be established by the central government for the purposes of this act body to be called the National Biodiversity Authority. The National Biodiversity Authority shall be a body corporate by the name of aforesaid having perpetual succession and common seal with power to acquire, hold and dispose of property, both movable and immovable, and to contract, and shall be by the said name sue and be sued. So it has been given a legal identity. The head office of the National Biodiversity Authority shall be in Chennai. So NBA head office is in Chennai, and the National Biodiversity Authority may, with the previous approval of the central government, establish offices at other places in India. The National Biodiversity Authority shall consist of the following members, namely, there is a chairperson who shall be an eminent person having adequate knowledge and experience in the conservation and sustainable use of biological diversity and in matters related to equitable sharing of benefits to be appointed by the central government. 3 ex officio members to be appointed by the central government, 1 representing the ministry dealing with tribal affairs, and 2 representing the ministry dealing with environment and forests, of which 1 shall be the additional director general of forest or the director general of forest. They are the IFS, Indian Forest Service officer, and 7 ex officio members to be appointed by the central government to represent respectively the ministry of the central government dealing with agricultural research and education, biotechnology, ocean development, agriculture and cooperation, Indian systems of medicine and homeopathy, science and technology, and scientific and industrial research. So that is the composition. That is 1 chairperson, 3 ex officio, and 7 ex officio. plus 5 non-official members to be appointed from among specialists and scientists having special knowledge of or experience in matters related to conservation of biological diversity, sustainable use of biological resources, and equitable sharing of benefits arising out of the use of biological resources, representatives of industry conservers, creators, and knowledge holders of biological resources. Now, the term of office and conditions of service of chairperson and other officers other than ex-officio members of the National Biodiversity Authority shall be such as may be prescribed by the Central Court. The ex-officio members are by virtue of their office, and whenever they cease office, their terms and conditions are regulated by their actual office that they are holding. And when they come to that office, they become ex-officio members. When they demit that office, they cease to be members of NBA. Chairperson to be chief executive of National Biodiversity Authority. So chairperson shall be chief executive of the NBA and shall exercise such powers and perform such duties as may be prescribed. Then removal of members. So central government may remove from the NBA any member who in his opinion has been adjudged as an insolvent or been convicted of an offence which involves moral turpitude or become physically or mentally incapable of acting as a member or so abuse his position as to render his continuous office detrimental to the public interest or acquired such financial or other interest as is likely to affect prejudicially his function as a member. So that is how the members can be removed. Then meetings of National Biodiversity Authority. The NBA shall meet at such time and place and shall observe such rules of procedure in regard to transactions of business activities, including the quorum at its meetings as may be prescribed, that is by rules. The chairperson of NBA shall preside at the meetings of the NBA. If for any reason a chairperson is unable to attend any meeting of NBA, any member of NBA chosen by the members present at the meeting shall preside at the meeting. And then all questions which come before any meeting of NBA shall be decided by authority of votes of the members present and voting, and in the event of equality of votes, the chairperson or in his absence, the person presiding shall have and exercise a second or casting. And every member who is in any way, whether directly, indirectly, or personally, concerned or interested in a matter to be decided in the meeting shall disclose the nature of his concern or interest, and after such disclosure, the members concerned or interested shall not attend that meeting, so that there is no conflict of interest. And no act or proceeding of the NBA shall be invalidated merely by reason of any vacancy or any defect in the constitution of the NBA, or any defect in the appointment of a person acting as a member, or any irregularity in the procedure of the NBA, not affecting the merits of the case. Then there are committees. So NBA may constitute a committee to deal with agro-biodiversity. And for purposes of this subsection, agro-biodiversity means biological diversity of agriculture-related species and their wild relatives. And without prejudice to the provisions of subsection 1, the NBA may constitute such number of committees as it may deem fit for the efficient discharge of its duties and performance of its functions under this Act. A committee constituted under this section shall co-opt such members or persons who are not the members of NBA as it may think fit, and the persons so co-opted shall have the right to attend the meetings of the committee and take part in the proceedings, but shall not have the right to vote. So that is about the committee. And the persons appointed as members of the committees under subsection 2 shall be entitled to receive such allowances or fees for attending the meetings of the committee as may be fixed by the central government. That is, they get those sitting charges for meetings. And officers and employees of NBA. So National NBA may appoint such officers or other employees as it considers necessary for the efficient discharge of its functions under this Act. The terms and conditions of service of such officers and other employees of the NBA shall be such as may be specified by regulation under this Act. There are authentication of orders and decisions of NBA. So all orders of and decisions of NBA shall be authenticated by the signature of the chairperson or any other member authorized by the NBA in this behalf, and all other instruments executed by the NBA shall be authenticated by signature of an officer of the NBA authorized by it. Then the delegation of powers. The NBA may, by general or special order in writing, delegate to any member, officer of the NBA, or any other person subject to such conditions, if any, as may be specified in the order, such of the powers and functions under this Act, except the power to prefer an appeal under Section 50 and the power to make regulations under Section 64, as it may be necessary. So, except 50 and 64, all the other powers can be delegated. Then the expenses. So these are from CFI, Consolidated Fund of. So expenses of NBA to be defrayed out of CFI. Salaries and allowances payable to the members and administrative expenses of the NBA, including salaries, allowances, and pension payable to or in respect of the officers and other employees of the NBA shall be defrayed out of the CFI, that is by the Parliament through appropriation bill brought in Parliament. Then we come to chapter 4, the functions and powers of the NBA. There is only one section in this. It shall be the duty of NBA to regulate activities referred to in section 3, 4, and 6, and by regulations issue guidelines for access to biological resources and for fair and equitable benefit sharing. The NBA may grant approval for undertaking any activity referred to in section 3, 4, and 6, and NBA may advise the central government on matters relating to the conservation of biodiversity, substantive use of its components, and equitable sharing of benefits arising out of utilization of biological resources, and advise the state governments in the selection of areas of biodiversity importance to be notified under subsection 1 of section 31 as heritage sites and measures for the management of such heritage sites. Earlier we had only this archaeological survey of India, but now heritage sites can be notified by this NB also as far as biodiversity is concerned. Perform such other functions as being necessary to carry out provisions of this act. NBA may on behalf of central government take any measures necessary to oppose the grant of intellectual property rights in any country outside India or any biological resource obtained from India or knowledge associated with such biological resource which is derived from it. Next we come to chapter 5, that is approval by the NBA. So approval for undertaking certain activities. We have already seen earlier in chapter 3 that permission of NBA has to be obtained for certain types of research. So any person referred to in subsection 2 of section 3 who intends to obtain any biological resource occurring in India or knowledge associated there for research or for commercial utilization or for biosurvey and bioutilization or transfer the results of any research related to biological resource occurring or obtained from India shall make application in such form and payment of such fees as may be prescribed to the National Biodiversity Authority. So as per chapter 2, that is particularly section 3.2, this permission has to be obtained. Then any person who intends to apply for a patent or any other form of intellectual property protection, whether in India or outside India, these are territorial rights, referred to in subsection 1 of section 6, may make an application in such form and in such manner as may be prescribed by the NBA. And on receipt of an application under subsection 1 or subsection 2, the NBA may, after making such inquiries that may deem fit and if necessary after consulting an expert committee constituted for this purpose, by order, grant approval subject to the regulations made in this law and subject to such terms and conditions as it may deem fit, including the imposition of charges by way of royalty or for reasons to be recorded in writing, reject the application. Provided that no such order for rejection shall be made without giving an opportunity of being heard to the person affected. So it may accept or reject the request. The NBA shall give public notice of its every approval granted by it under this section. The transfer of biological resource of knowledge. So no person who has been granted approval under section 19 shall transfer any biological resource or knowledge associated thereto which is subject matter of the state approval, except with the permission of the NBA. And any person who intends to transfer any biological resource or knowledge associated thereto referred to in subsection 1 shall make an application in such form and in such manner as may be prescribed by the NBA. So without prior approval, transfer can't be done. Transfer of knowledge or any resource. On receipt of an application under subsection 2, the NBA may, after making such inquiries that it may deem fit and if necessary after consulting an expert committee constituted on this purpose by order, grant approval subject to such terms and conditions as it may deem fit, including the provisions of charges by way of royalty or for reasons to be recorded in writing, reject the application. So it charges fees for application and may reject, provided that no such order for rejection shall be made without giving an opportunity of being heard to the person affected. The NBA shall give public notice of every approval granted by it under this section. So here again, the NBA has been given power to accept or reject the application. So firstly, for undertaking certain activities, and secondly for biological transfer of biological resources. Now we come to section 21. So determination of equitable benefit share by NBA. So NBA shall, while granting approvals under section 19 or section 20, ensure that the terms and conditions subject to which approval is granted secure equitable sharing of benefits arising out of the use of access biological resources, their byproducts, innovation, and practices associated with their use and application, and knowledge relating thereto in accordance with mutually agreed terms and conditions between the person applying for such approval, local bodies concerned, and the benefits thereof. Before this act, there was no such situation because the NBA didn't exist, and therefore the foreigners conducted research in India and transferred the knowledge or resources outside India, and even India was forced to pay certain royalties or fees. So all these things came to an end after formation of this NBA, and when this act came into effect. NBA shall, subject to any regulations made in this behalf, determine the benefit sharing, which shall be given effect in all or any of the following manner, namely, grant of joint ownership of intellectual property rights to the National Biodiversity Authority, or where benefit claimers are identified to such benefit claimers, transfer of technology, location of production, research and development units in such areas which will facilitate better living standards to the benefit claimers, Association of Indian Scientists, benefit claimers and local people with research and development in biological resources and biosurvey and bioutilization, setting up a venture capital fund for adding the cause of benefit claimers, and payment of monetary compensation and other non-monetary benefits to the benefit claimers to the NBA as the NBA may deem it. Where any amount of money is ordered by way of benefit sharing, the NBA may direct the amount to be deposited in the National Biodiversity Fund. It is also established under this act. Provided that where biological resource or knowledge was a result of access from specific individual or group of individuals or organizations, the NBA may direct that the amount shall be paid directly to such individual or group of individuals or organizations in accordance with the terms of any agreement and in such manner as it is paid. Before this act came into effect, yesterday there was mentioned by one speaker, there were interesting cases like turmeric with their traditional knowledge in India, and for that the patent was obtained in USA, and even say this basmati, which is say for example in Uttarakhand we have Dehradun basmati. So in Texas state they obtained this Texmati, and Indians were asked to pay royalty for this, whereas we have been say utilizing this knowledge through many centuries, and is also mentioned in our book of Ayurveda. Now all these things came into effect because of this, came to an end because of this say establishment of this, and because of the awareness created about IPR in it. So for the purposes of this section, the NBA shall, in consultation with the central government, by regulation frame guidelines. Next we come to state biodiversity. So just as at central level there is a biodiversity authority, similarly in every state, the state government establishes state biodiversity book. So we have from such date as the state government may, by notification in the official gazette appointed in this behalf, there shall be established by that government for the purposes of this act a board for the state to be known as the name of the state biodiversity board. Notwithstanding anything contained in this section, no state biodiversity board shall be constituted for a union territory, because for that the central authority is already there. And in relation to a union territory, the National Biodiversity Authority, that the NBA shall exercise the power and perform the functions of a state biodiversity board for that union territory. So here in India, we have two different types of states and union territories. The union territories are managed by the central government. Provided that in relation to any union territory, the NBA may delegate all or any of its powers or functions under this subsection to such person or group of persons as the central government may specify. That means they may appoint it to the local administrator or the government there of duty. The board shall be a body corporate by the name of perpetual succession and common seal, is powers to acquire, hold and dispose of property, both movable and immovable, and to contract and shall by the said name be and similar to NBA as we have seen earlier. The board shall consist of the following members. Let us see the composition. A chairperson who shall be an eminent person having adequate knowledge and experience in the conservation and sustainable use of biological diversity and in matters relating to equitable sharing of benefits to be appointed by the state government. Not more than 5 ex-officio members should be appointed by the state government to represent the concerned departments of the state government. Not more than 5 members to be appointed from amongst experts in matters relating to conservation of biological diversity, sustainable use of biological resources, and equitable sharing of benefits arising out of use of biological resources. And the head office of the State Biodiversity Board shall be at such place as the state government may, by notification in the official gazette, specify. That it could be state capital or anywhere else within that. The functions of State Biodiversity Board shall be to advise the state government, subject to any guidelines issued by the central government, on matters relating to the conservation of biodiversity, sustainable use of its components, and equitable sharing of benefits arising out of utilization of biological resources. Regulate by granting of approvals or otherwise requests for commercial utilization of biosurface and bioutilization of any biological resource by India, and perform such other functions as may be necessary to carry out provisions of this Act or as may be prescribed by the state government. Then power of State Biodiversity Board to restrict certain activities violating the objectives of conservation, etc. to any citizen of India or a body corporate, organization or association registered in India intending to undertake any activity referred to in Section 7 shall give prior intimation in such form as may be decided by the state government to the State Biodiversity Board. And on receipt of an intimation under subsection 1, the State Biodiversity Board may, in consultation with the local bodies concerned and after making such inquiry as it, the conservation may deem fit by order, direct order, prohibit or restrict any such activity if it is of opinion that such activity is detrimental or contrary to the objectives of conservation and sustainable use of biodiversity or equitable sharing of benefits arising out of such activity. Provided that no such order shall be made without ordering, without giving an opportunity of hearing being heard to the person affected. And any information given in form referred to in subsection 1 for prior intimation shall be kept confidential and shall not be disclosed either intentionally or unintentionally to any person not concerned therein. They will also maintain confidentiality. Then provisions of section 9 to 7 to apply with modifications to State Biodiversity Board. So these are all the provisions that earlier we have seen with reference to central government. So they shall say apply to state biodiversity at state level, say biodiversity boards at state level. So provisions of section 9 to 17 shall apply to a state biodiversity board and shall have effect subject to the following modification. Reference to the central government shall be construed as a reference to the state government. References to the NPA shall be construed as a reference to the State Biodiversity Board, and references to the Consolidated Fund of India shall be construed as reference to the Consolidated Fund of the state. That means salaries and other things shall be drawn by the state government. Next we come to chapter 7. So finance, accounts and audit of NPA. So grant or loan by the central government. Central government may, after due appropriation made by Parliament by law in this behalf, pay to the NPA by way of grants or loans such sums of money as the central government may think fit for being utilized for the purposes of this Act. Then Constitution of National Biodiversity Fund. This is another important provision of this Act. The special fund has been constituted. So there shall be constituted a fund to be called the National Biodiversity Fund, and there shall be credited thereto any grants and loans made by the NPA, made to the NPA under Section 26, all charges and royalties received by the NPA under this Act, and all sums received by the NPA from such other source as may be decided upon by the central government. Fund shall be applied for channeling benefits to the benefit claimers, conservation and promotion of biological resources and development of areas from where such biological resources or knowledge associated thereto has been accessed, and socio-economic development of areas referred to in subclause B in say consultation with the local body. Then annual report. So NBA shall prepare in such form and at such time each financial year as may be prescribed its annual report, giving a full account of its activities during the previous financial year and furnished to the central government before such date as may be prescribed its audited copy of accounts together with auditor's report thereon. Then budget, accounts and audit. So NBA shall prepare a budget, maintain proper account and other relevant records, including the accounts and other relevant records of the National Biodiversity Fund, and prepare an annual statement of account in such form as may be prescribed by the central government in consultation with the Comptroller and Auditor General of India. That is, the CAG does the audit of this. Accounts of NBA shall be audited by the CAG of India at such intervals as may be specified by him, and any expenditure incurred in connection with such audit shall be payable by the NBA, that is audit fees, to the CAG of India. CAG of India and any other person appointed by him in connection with the audit of the accounts of the NBA shall have the same rights and privileges and authority in connection with such audit as the CAG generally has in connection with the audit of the government account, and in particular shall have the right to demand the production of books, accounts, connected vouchers and other documents and paper, and to inspect any of the offices of the NBA. So CAG has been established by the Constitution of India. The accounts of the NBA as certified by the CAG of India and or any other person appointed by him in this behalf, together with the audit report thereon, shall be forwarded annually to the central government, and they shall be laid before the Parliament. So that means the NBA is responsible to the government and the Parliament. So central government shall cause the annual report and auditor's report to be laid as soon as maybe after they are reserved before each House of the Parliament, that is Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha. Then we come to the next one, chapter 8. So finance, accounts and audit of state biodiversity. So there are similar provisions here at state level. That is grants of money by state government to state biodiversity board. Then we have constitution of state biodiversity fund. This is similar to what has been done earlier at the central level by the NP. So there are state biodiversity funds also in every state. Similarly, annual report of state biodiversity board in section 33. Then we have audit of accounts of state biodiversity board. So they are audited and laid before the state legislature as per section 35. Then we come to chapter 9, that is duties of central and the state government. So central government to develop national strategic plans, etc., for conservation, etc., of biological diversity. This provision is given in section 36. Then central government to develop national strategic plan. So this is, I will not read it in detail, but it develops these national strategies and plans for conservation of biological diversity. Then there are biodiversity heritage sites. So without prejudice to any other law for the time being force, state government may from time to time in consultation with the local body notify in the official gazette areas of biodiversity importance as biodiversity heritage sites under this act. So this power has been given to the state biodiversity board and they may notify these heritage sites. Then power of central government to notify threatened species, that is the species which are endangered. So for their protection, it may specify these species that are on the verge of extinction or likely to become extinct, so that they may be protected. Then power of central government to designate repository, that is repositories of these different categories of biological resources. So these can be notified. Then power of central government to exempt certain biological resources. That means the government also have the power of exemption. That these provisions of this act shall not apply to some items specified either, normally traded as commodities traditionally. Then chapter 10 is biodiversity management committee. So every local body, that is at local level, so we have firstly seen at the state level and then central level and then state level. India has 3-tier government, and at third tier, that is the local body, there shall be biodiversity management committees within the local area for the purpose of promoting conservation, sustainable use and documentation of biological diversity, including preservation of habitats, conservation of land races, folk varieties and cultivars, domesticated stock and breeds of animals and microorganisms, and chronicling of knowledge relating to biological diversity. And then constitution of biodiversity explanation, definitions are given here. Cultivar means a variety of plant that has originated and persisted under cultivation or was specifically bred for the purpose of cultivation. Folk variety means a cultivated variety of plant that was developed and exchanged informally among farmers. And land race means primitive cultivar that was grown by ancient farmers and their successors. So their traditional rights have been recognized under this act. Then constitution of biodiversity management committee, this provision has a subsection 2 and 3 also. Then there is local biodiversity fund. So just as there are funds at central and state level, similarly at local government also, there are say grants that the state government gives to the third tier of government, that is the local body. For that there is section 42. Then constitution of local biodiversity fund and how it will be collected, how it will be utilized. Then application of local biodiversity fund, that is 44. Section 45 is about annual report of biodiversity management committee. So these reports, the person holding custody of local biodiversity fund shall prepare in such format during each financial year at such time as may be prescribed its annual report giving a full account of activities during the previous financial year and submit a copy thereof to the concerned local body. And this shall be submitted to the district magistrate. So these annual reports and audited copy of accounts of local bodies will be given to the DM of concerned districts. And last chapter is miscellaneous. The National Biodiversity Authority to be bound by directions given by the central government. Then power of state government to give direction to a state biodiversity, that is in section 49. Then settlement of disputes between state biodiversity board. So if dispute arises, between national NBA and the State Biodiversity Board, the state authority or the board, as the case may be, may prefer an appeal to the central government within such time as is prescribed. That is, the central government shall settle the dispute, and every appeal shall be in such form as may be prescribed by the central government. And procedure for disposing of an appeal shall be in such as such may be prescribed by the central government. Provided that before disposing of an appeal, party shall be given a reasonable opportunity to offer that is as per principles of natural justice. So we can say quasi-judicial. Then it has got powers of this civil code. So a National Biodiversity Authority shall have, for the purposes of discharging its functions under this section, the same powers as are vested in a civil code under the CPC. In respect of following matters, namely summoning and enforcing the attendance of any person and examining him on oath, requiring discovery and production of documents, receiving evidence on affidavits, issuing commissions for the examination of witnesses or documents, doing its decisions, dismissing an application for default or deciding it ex parte, and setting aside any order of dismissal of any application for default or any order passed by ex parte, and any other matter which may be prescribed. That means this the NBA has been given here the powers equivalent to that of civil courts as far as this subject matter related to biodiversity. So these are the special courts established. It is a special court established under this act. And every procedure, they also have the power to punish for the contempt, that is under IPC, it's an offense under 193 and 228 to ignore the orders of NBA. And then members, officers, etc. of NBA and State Biodiversity Board deemed to be public servants, that they can be prosecuted for corruption, etc. And appeal. So any person aggrieved by any determination of benefit or sharing or order of the NBA or State Biodiversity Board under this Act may file an appeal to the High Court within 30 days from the date of communication of the determination or order of the National Biodiversity Authority or the State Biodiversity Board, as the case may be. So we have these special courts under this Act, and any appeal against this central or state, say, the NBA or the State Biodiversity Board will go to the High Court. And the time limit for that is given to be 60 days, the limitation. Provided further that nothing contained in this section shall apply on and from the commencement of the National Green Tribunal Act, because this special act was passed after this act in say 2010. So any appeal pending before the High Court before the commencement of the National Green Tribunal Act 2010 shall continue to be heard and disposed of by the High Court, as if the National Green Tribunal had not been established under Section 3 of the National Green Tribunal Act 2010. Many appeals that were, many cases that were pending before the Supreme Court, so that were transferred to the NGT after this NGT was established in India in 2010. And Supreme Court had only the appellate jurisdiction, because these were special courts related to environment that were constituted in India. Before that, there was earlier Act of 1995, so that was repealed by this NGT Act 2010. Then appeal to National Green Tribunal. So any person aggrieved by any determination of benefit arising, benefit sharing or order of NBA or State Biodiversity Board under this Act on or after commencement of the NGT Act 2010 may file an appeal to the National Green Tribunal established under Section 3 of the NGT Act 2010 in accordance with the provisions of that Act. So appeal before this NGT shall lie with effect from 2010. That provision has been. An exemption of determination or order. So every determination of benefit sharing or order made by NPA or State Biodiversity Board under this Act, or the order made by the High Court in any appeal against any determination or order of the NPA or State Biodiversity Board shall, on a certificate issued by any officer of the NPA or State Biodiversity Board or the Registrar of the High Court, as the case may be deemed to be decree of the civil court and shall be executable in the same manner as a decree of that court, because they have got the original jurisdiction as far as biodiversity matters are equivalent to that of civil court. And for the purposes of this section and section 50, expression State Biodiversity Board includes the person or group of persons to whom powers of function under subsection 2 of section 22 have been delegated under the provision to that subsection, and the certificate relating to such person or group of persons under this section shall be issued by such person or group of persons as the case may be. And the protection of action taken in good faith. There is no civil or criminal proceeding lies against these members of central or state government or say this NB or state biodiversity board for any action taken in compliance of this act. Then penalty. So there is penalty up to say 10 lakh rupees and fine that may be there, imprisonment up to say 5 years and fine that may extend to 10 lakh rupees. And if the damage extends 10 lakh rupees, then there could be some other fine also or commensurate with the damage point. So this penalty as well as imprisonment, these are the punishments that are under section 55. And whoever contravenes or attempts to contravene or abates the contravention of provisions of section 7 or any order made under subsection 2 of section 24 shall be punishable with imprisonment up to 3 years and fine up to 5 lakh rupees. Then penalty for contravention of directions or orders of central government, state government, NBA or state biodiversity. So for that again there is a where there is no separate provision for penalty, then it will be say there will be a fine up to 1 lakh rupees and it may extend 2 lakh rupees in case of continuous contravention, that is for repeat of, and for which may extend to 2 lakh rupees every day during which the default continues. There are similar provisions in NGT also for protection of environment. Then offences by company, where there is offence by company, so in that case the officers of the company can be prosecuted. So that is under section 57. And offences to be cognizable and non-bailable. But recently, as one of the speakers has already told yesterday, this there is movement in 2021 to decriminalize and make it somewhat milder. So these offences are at present they are cognizable and non-bailable, but it is likely that the punishment of imprisonment may be reduced, or maybe these offences may also be made non-cognizable and bailable in near future. And Act 2 have effect in addition to other acts, because it's a new act. So these provisions of this act shall be in addition to and not in derogation of the provisions in any other law for the time being force relating to forests or wildlife. So already we have Indian Forest Act 1927, Forest Conservation Act 1980 is there, even Wildlife Protection Act 1972 is there. So this will not be in derogation of, but this act is in addition to acts that are already in force. Then power of central government to give directions to state government, that is under section 60. And then we have last 5 sections. So cognizance of offences. So cognizance can be taken only by order of the central government or any authority or officer or say authorized in this behalf by that government, or any benefit claimant who has been given notice of not less than 30 days in the prescribed manner of such offence and of his intention to make a complaint to the central government or the authority or officer or authorized as aforesaid. Then power of central government to make rules. So this is for subordinate legislation, rule making, and for what matters the rules can be made. So those powers are given to central government. These are then laid before the parliament for ratification. Then power of state government to make rules. So state governments have also been say they can also make rules related to state biodiversity. They are laid before the state legislature for ratification. And their power to make regulation. So this NBA can make regulation for say regulating its own procedure with prior approval of the central government. And the last section is power to remove difficulties. So when any new act comes into effect, so only for limited period of 2 years, the power to remove difficulties can be made, and it shall be read for each house of parliament. After 2 years, only legal way is to make amendment to that. So we end here. Thanks to Dr. Ravindra for giving me this opportunity to make this presentation. And we have covered in detail all the provisions of Biological Diversity Act, which is a very important piece of legislation. Thanks to the Holistic Health Foundation India, and Shri Research Institute and Center for Arts, Science and Well-being for giving me this opportunity to make this important presentation on this national biodiversity. Thank you very much. I'm stopping sharing of the contact information if you want to start. Hello, are you there, Dr. Ravi? Any questions from the audience?
Thank you, Virendra Kumar.
Thank you.
Your voice has suddenly gone low, very low.
Okay.
And now it's,
Okay, maybe because it was a distance of mic.
yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for your presentation. It was very insightful. Though, yeah, we understand it's a very lengthy presentation, and due to paucity of time, you have to rush. You can share your PPT
Yes,
to us
sure.
if anyone requires, and we'll be sharing it. And
Yes.
we wish you all the success and congratulations. Look forward for more sessions in future.
Thank you so much.
So, dear friends, we have raised on your request feedback form. I know we have exceeded our today's time, but still we appreciate everyone for all your efforts and joining us for this 3 days conference, international conference. And we appreciate all the presenters and participants for being with us and making your presentations and also disseminating the knowledge, and hope everyone has enjoyed the sessions. So you can quickly fill up the overall feedback form. And maybe tomorrow morning, we will update tomorrow morning or by evening, we'll update the overall feedback form on the website, conference website you can visit. And in the e-certificate section, you will be finding the overall feedback form in the form of Google feedback form. That will be for 3 days. This is day-to-day form. So for 3 days, we'll give you another form link where you can fill up. We'll verify the details. Today, you fill up this form on a daily basis, and you can fill it tomorrow afternoon. You can visit and check. We'll be there till once it is available, it will be there for another 24 hours. So you can fill up to 24th night. So you will get adequate time to fill up the feedback form. Then we will process. The system will automatically process it. We'll start the process, and then your certificates will be updated in 2 to 3 working days. But let me tell you, the certificates will be issued, will be automatically generated by the system only if all the formalities have been completed. And once certificates are generated, again, you need to wait for manual verification, it will take a lot of time because daily events are happening. So it may take minimum 15 working days and even more, because daily we have events, so we need to take up a lot of activities as part of them, apart from routine things. So it will take long time. So we request whoever has not completed their formalities to complete it today itself or tomorrow. Before you fill up the feedback form, verify each step as mentioned on the website. Though all the instructions are clear, still if anyone needs, I will give you while you are filling up the feedback form. I will show you once again. So this is the website, and you have to follow this procedure. Here it is clearly mentioned for participants who have not registered. We have shared the registration form in the chat box. It's also available on the website. And 3 days, whichever day, certificates are issued individually for each day. So based on the eligibility criteria, and feedback should be provided in Zoom platform itself. Many we have observed why there is without submitting any feedback forms in Zoom. Some are filling up the forms in the overall feedback form. That's where we observed, they are not able to get their certificates. They are saying that they have filled the feedback form, but they are not filling up here. This is more important, this process. Each step is more important. This step is sometimes optional. Not every time this option is there. This is only when, some people take or when we need, because generally what happens, while sessions are going on, we cannot give you the feedback form because all presentations have to be listed and we have to take the feedback form for all the presentations. So only when conference ends, we can, because on-spot registrations are happening. So new presentations keep adding. So that's the reason we are not able to float at this point of time, only for providing you, extending you for your benefit. So tomorrow we will prepare and share you feedback form by evening. By day after tomorrow evening, everyone visit this website and try to fill up the feedback. Then based on your option, if you have selected certificate here at the time of registration and also certificate at the time of providing feedback, then automatically it will generate certificate. So it is mandatory that you follow instructions. And for presenters, you need to register as presenter. And as this is both, you can select both presenter and participant. There are multiple options there. So you can register both if you are looking for both presentation certificate and participation certificate. And you have to share the details in this format. Then only mostly what is happening, those who are facing difficulty, they are not completing this format. They are directly coming to presentation and, they are struggling in getting the certificate. So we request, it's a very simple procedure. If you follow 5-step procedure, it will be smooth, because at the end of the day, our efforts, your efforts should not go into vain. That's the reason those who have presented, register yourself and share all these results. This format is available in the registration form as well as on the website, and then make your presentation. If you have already made presentation and you have joined in the last minute without registration or without sending these details, because of time in the last minute, if you have approached and shared in WhatsApp and got your approval, so you complete registration and then share all the details. Then anyway you are on the platform, so you can continue to provide your feedback, and then you can download it. Tomorrow also, all the speakers and participants are required to complete this overall feedback form. Then you can download your certificate. Many times we see people are just focusing on this part and ignoring all the other things. So presentation is there, but you need to, when you are asking a certificate, that is documentation. So this documentation process has to be completed from your side. Then only this document will be generated from our side. So without this process will not be taken up. So even though you have participated or presented without registration and without these formalities for presenters, certificates will not be generated. Even if they are generated, you will face problem with the verification. Here we have certificate verification, that is soon it will be available. Now also all the certificates can be verified by visiting each page. There are certificates placed in the Google Drive. You can go there. If any certificate also can be verified from there. If they are available there, then it is genuine and it has been issued by us. If it is not available there, that means it is not a one which is issued by us. So similar way, if you do not complete this process, or sometimes it happens, system generate certificate, because there is some manual verification also. So where we manually intervene, there also be cautious. If you are not filling all these details correctly, then this certificate verification will fail, because it has to check all these details basically. So at that time it will create a problem for you. So don't neglect this part. This is very important. By registration, you are officially on for that program. You have officially enrolled, registered for the program. So registration is important, especially for presenters, because participants, they just use the participation certificate, but presenters you might be using for various purposes in your institutions. So always they are verified. So it is mandatory from your side, in your interest, so you complete all these formalities so that tomorrow it will not face any problem. Again, at that time, when organizations are not able to verify, then you need to send all your details. At that time, you will forget. Many times we are seeing after 2 days only, they are not able to remember their own presentations and proper details. So if this happens, then again, it will be problem for you only. That's why you follow these instructions. In case just you missed up somewhere something also, we can do something. Otherwise, without information, even we are also helpless. So that's the reason you follow. There is a presentation guidelines also here. And after certificates are generated and your certificate is not there because you did not complete your formalities or you have not completed formalities in time, then all certificate requests shall be made in this format only. No requests are entertained without this format. Even so, you have to copy this format and you need to fill all these details and then send a request to this email address. And we will give it to system, because this is the entire process handled by system. And system basically checks all these details automatically. When you follow these simple instructions, it will automatically check and generate. So you are not following, then you need to keep track of all these details and then provide it to system. So the easy way is simply following the instructions. If not registered also, no problem. You can, even now also you can register. And anyway, if you have attended and minimum attendance is required, then you can download the certificate. Certificates, you can download it from here. This is a conference which is happening today. Even here also you can see. Here also you can find e-certificates. When you click on that, you will see here. Tomorrow we'll update the feedback link here on the top so that it's easy. Fill up both participants and presenters have to fill up the feedback form and share your valuable feedback. And here, after 2-3 working days, we'll update the Google Drive link day-wise. Sometimes for 3 days, there will be only one link. In that case, you just scroll down and download your certificate. Generally, the certificate name will contain your name and day and date also. And sometimes it will also have the certificate ID also. Anyway, on the certificate it will be there, but in the file name, sometimes it may have or sometimes it may not have, depending on the length of the, there are certain restrictions. So, and also for the convenience sake, sometimes it may be included, sometimes it may not be included, certificate ID, but it's always there. All certificates are unique. You can verify each and every certificate, both participation, presentation, appreciation, whatever certificates are issued. So here you can download your certificates. So tomorrow, we request everyone to check this same website, webpage, and find the feedback link here and fill up the feedback form. It will be in the form of Google Forms, and then visit after 2-3 working days and download your certificate. But ensure before that, all this process is completed from your site. We have already sent a copy of your registration form is automatically sent to your email address. And we also have shared along with brochure. This is common for all events to your email ID. If you have not received, kindly check in junk mail or spam mail or bulk mail, and always add this email address to your contacts and coordinator contact number and website address in your contact so that you will receive the mail properly. So thank you everyone for joining us. Kindly ensure that all the 5 steps are completed. Registration, sharing the details, then making presentation, and completing the feedback and downloading your certificate. All these steps are mandatory. Certificate is optional. If you have opted, you can download. So hope this is clear for everyone. Thank you everyone once again for joining us and making this conference successful. And we wish you all happy learning, and also we express our gratitude on behalf of the organizers, collaborators for joining us and making this international conference successful. So hope everyone has filled the feedback form. See you all tomorrow. We have every day 6 to 8 sessions. You can join us every day. You can get certificates also for every day. So see you all tomorrow with the same link. Take care. Good night.